Hello everyone, and peace of Christ all of you. Please invite your friends and let us have a great time together. Today we are not going to refute Ali Dawah. We are going to wipe the floor with the Ali Dawah. You know, the Mohammedan, they make videos, very nice videos, you know, very nice act. So Ali Dawah debunk Christianity in 1 minute. That's it. And what you can say, it's not even 1 minute. It's like I counted, it was like 50 seconds. Maybe I'm not sure. Like, forgive me if I'm wrong. Like maybe 49 seconds, 47 seconds. So how Ali Dawah he did his miracle by debunking Christianity? That is a good question, and today we are going to answer it. And you Muslims will be ashamed, and I challenge you to copy this video around. I challenge every one of you. Let us go to Ali Dawah video. Shall we? All right. I'm just opening the video. All right. We open the video to start, and we go. Here we go. This is the beginning. The Muslims, a Muslim, he got two Muslims to ask him a challenge. Two Muslims asking a Muslim.
You have 1 minute for each question.
You ready?
Are you ready?
Are you ready?
Can you debunk the Trinity in 1 minute?
Well, it's very simple. They believe the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. These are all gods, but they are not the same as each other. So the point here is that if you think about it, they are all dependent on each other. Yeah. So if something is dependent on something else, it cannot be a creator. If Jesus walked the earth as a human being, ate, slept, and went to the toilet, we do not believe this is deserving to be a god to be worshipped. You know, so that's the reason why the Holy Spirit, for example, is the same thing. It is in the creation. Anything that is in the creation cannot be God because they are dependent. And anything that's dependent cannot be deserving of worship.
Amazing. Anything is in the creation cannot be God. Who said that? Ali Dawah. Muslims. I did not say it. It's your Ali Dawah. I'm serious. He said that. Your Ali Dawah, he gave you the answer. Well, I will let Ali Dawah refute Ali Dawah. Isn't it that nice? I mean, who can refute Ali Dawah better than Ali Dawah? Let us do that. Hilarious.
He said a statement which contradicts the consensus of all of the Muslims. He said a statement which is against Al-Quran and against what the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alayhi wasallam.
Who said that? Who said that? Please, what? You are talking about who?
Said a statement which is against which recently Ali Dawah, when he was pressured by a Christian to explain Hadith Nuzul, he said a statement which contradicts the consensus of all of the Muslims. He said a statement which is against Al-Quran and against what the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alayhi wasallam taught. When explaining this hadith, and this is not the correct understanding of this hadith, he said Allah
is a donkey, you know. I mean, come on, what you can say, brother? Ali Dawah is a donkey. Just say it. You know. Okay, what happened? What happened?
Allah enters into the creation.
Ali Dawah, he said Allah entered into his creation? What? No way. He said that? This is the same guy who he said Allah cannot enter anything that is in the creation, cannot be God. What the heck? No way. Do you have any proof? You don't.
And likewise, his friend Mohammed Hijab, he's previously said something similar to that.
What the heck? Even Mimi? No way. Mimi and Lulu, they gang together and they explain that Allah go inside his creation. Who is left? Now let us go to the cheese. This guy is so upset from Islam being busted. And how he answered, he said Allah is not like anything. I mean, that's it, he explained it now. Allah is not like anything, who care? I'm nothing like me too. Nothing like you idiot. Muslims are a bunch of fools. And here we made them shish kebab.
Into something has said Allah is contained. Entering into something, being contained by something, is an attribute of the creation.
Your hadith says Allah descends to the lowest heaven on the last part of the night.
Yes.
Can you explain to us what that means?
Yes, sure. So, I asked him a question, he replied with another question.
No, I'm going to respond.
Okay, I'll answer. We believe Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala enters into his creation, you said the lowest part of the heaven, the way it befits his majesty. How that happens, how it happens, I have no idea how it happens.
You have no idea anything. But this is the same donkey, he said, anything that is in the creation cannot be God. And he is the one who put that graphic in the video, not me. I mean, can you believe the stupidity? So, shall I call the video Ali Dawah debunk Ali Dawah? Or Ali Wawa, you know, destroy Islam in less than 10 seconds? Can you believe the stupidity of those people? So Mimi Hijab and Lili Dawah both agree that Allah can go inside his creation. But the video, which he destroyed Christianity in less than a minute, this was the name of the video. He destroyed Islam. How Allah he do it, he did not know. Maybe Allah should call you and tell you how he do it, man. I mean, come on, look how many microphones you have in your chest. You look like a goat, and they put chips on her so she will not run away. If she passed the fence, electric shock she would have. What is that? Is that microphone because you are a knowledgeable person? Look how many microphones in his chest. You think you are talking to George Bush or somebody, you know, like or Donald Trump. So the same stupid people, they contradict their own belief. And now what we have conclusion, I do not need to continue, I'm done. Shall I continue? He just destroyed Islam. Anything can enter his creation, cannot be God. Who said that? Lili Dawah himself. Let me repeat again what Lili Dawah he said. Not me.
They say, who do I pray to? The Father? No, let me pray to Jesus today. No, today, Holy Spirit. Who do I pray to? Anything that is in the creation cannot be God because they are dependent.
You know, here you notice that the Mohammedan are a bunch of dumb, and they play dumb in purpose. Which one I pray to? The Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Yeah? Well, my friend, isn't it Jesus says, I and the Father is one? Isn't it Jesus, he said, anything you ask in my name, I will do to you? Isn't it Jesus, he said, when they ask him how to pray, he says, say our Father? So you are stupid, which means it doesn't matter. You say Jesus, you say in the name of the Father or in the name of the Son, doesn't matter. So you are a plain hypocrite. In the same time, if we are asking you, Allah, he pray to who? Allah, he pray to other Allah. Not only that, Allah, he is the God of Mr. Maybe. If we go in the Quran and we type the word asa, asa in Arabic, maybe, you know, perhaps, we hope so. Chapter 48, you see all those in yellow, they are asa. Asa, 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 asa. Look how many. Asa, 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 asa. Look how many asa, 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 asa. Asa, 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 asa. The God of Mr. Perhaps. But, you know, when you read the verses about asa, you will notice that this God, he is not sure, because you cannot say, you cannot be God and you say that word. All those verses, you can check them one by one. As an example, not limited. Perhaps, maybe Allah will destroy your enemy. It may be that your Allah. Is Allah talking? They say yes. Obviously, this book is written by somebody else. He is speaking about Allah. He is not Allah. If Allah is talking, Allah will not say maybe. He will say, I will destroy your enemy. But because Muhammad, he was not sure if the enemy will be destroyed or not, so he used the word maybe. And that goes for the rest of the verses. But let's go to different verse, which is very important, that Allah even is not sure if he can forgive or not, because he have to ask other Allah. He is dependent in other Allah. We will go back to the video. We are not done. We will wipe the floor with him. Already we did, actually. That Allah may forgive thee the sin, not fault. You see, the Muslim, they translate fault. They are liars like their prophet. This is sin, not fault. It says dhambaka. Dhamb is not fault. Here we go. We change the translator. Suddenly it becomes sin. So if Allah is God, he cannot be dependent in someone. But in the Trinity, nobody is dependent on anybody. You are a liar. Jesus, he said, my Father sent me. So having a mission doesn't mean the Father is dependent on anyone. I work, my Father work. So he have a work to do, the Father have work to do, the Holy Spirit have work to do. And if you are talking about what doesn't make sense, we will go to that later, and people will die laughing. Allah may forgive your sin. Is it make sense that Allah saying, may Allah will forgive your sin, Muhammad? I mean, this is Muhammad, and yet Allah is not sure if Allah will forgive the sin of Muhammad. And here you notice that Allah asking other Allah, because if Allah is the one who's talking, now who is the Allah which Allah is asking for sin forgiveness? May Allah, and he's making a wish. It's a prayer, it's a supplication. Now let's go back to the video, because we need more entertainment, and this video is full of it. All right, we go back. So the first one, it turned to be stupid. We continue. Where we stopped. Let us see here.
That Muhammad copied Quran from the Bible, Hasha. What do you say about this?
Well, we've got a lot of things to say about that. Not only that, the Christians have a lot to say too. Actually, the Christians talking helps our case, because Allah says in the Quran that woe to those who change the scriptures with their own hands and say this is from Allah. This again is a prophecy. If you think about it, Allah saying the Bible is corrupted. They've changed it. Now, if the Bible was not corrupted, the Quran is wrong, right? If the Quran is saying the Bible is corrupted, it's been changed. If the Bible is not corrupted, that means the Quran is wrong. You have Christians today, Bart Ehrman, well, ex-Christian, Bruce Metzger, and many of them, and when you go to the Bible, You have footnotes. These are added in, which shows to us that the scriptures have been changed. It's a prophecy. But coming back to the question that you asked, this was a little bit off tangent.
No, stop. Here you see how this idiot, he debunked himself. Because if the Christians are agreeing and they like to corrupt the Bible, then how you are saying that the Christians are correcting, according to you, the Bible, filtering the Bible if there is something added? You are a liar. First of all, if even somebody, he said those verses are added, doesn't mean they are added, because they cannot find, like there's thousands of manuscripts. So some scholars say, okay, well, you know what, this verse, we did not find it in the Greek version. But doesn't mean never was exist, because the one who copy, it's possible he is copying it from a copy which does not exist today. So they are comparing, and this is telling you how serious the Christians are about their book. However, you said something very important. If the Quran saying the Bible is corrupt and the Bible is not, that means the Quran is wrong. And if the Bible is not, if the Bible is corrupt, then the Quran is right. And this will be a prophecy. Let us go to the stupid Quran. You will find that the stupid Quran confirming the Bible. Tons of time. Not a single verse in the Quran saying that the Christians, they changed their book. The verse you are quoting, you liar, have nothing to do with it changing. And I will show everybody that you are a fraud like your prophet. Chapter 2, verse number 89. It says, and when there come to them, the Jews and the Christians, from Allah, confirming what is with them, between two brackets, the Torah and the Gospel. Confirming what? What is with them, not what was with them. So this is the stupid Quran 600 years after Jesus. 600 years after Jesus, confirming what is with them. But he said, if the Bible is true, the Quran must be corrupt. If the Bible is corrupt, then the opposite. But now we see that the Quran confirming the Bible. And the Quran is so clear in Arabic, says, what is with them, lima ma'ahum. Not to what was with them, as some false translation they try to say. And how the Muslim explained that? They say, yeah, the Quran confirmed the truth, like, the good verses, it says confirming what is with them. And the Muslim, they claim to us, Quran is a miracle in Arabic. It's so clear, brother, it's so strong. So they have to add verses to the Quran to manipulate the words and the meaning. And then, chapter 2, verse number 91, مُصَدِّقًا لِمَا مَعَهُمْ, believing in is what with them. Look at the first translation, the same sentence. Look, to show you, the same translator. People, can you believe how they lie? This is the same sentence. You see it? Here we go. I will type it exactly. It's in the front of you. And this is exactly the same one. How come here to translate different? It's the same thing. The same word by word. And this is the verse. The same word by word. And this is, it's the same word by word. They changed the translation. Chapter 2, verse number 91. Let us see. We change the translator. Let us see. Maybe a miracle will happen. You cannot trust a Muslim about his religion. They are liars like their prophet when it's come to Islam. And believe what has revealed. What? They took it. What is with them? They took it off. They took it off totally. Change the translator again. This is big time. Let us see different idiot. Qari. Mr. Qari has believed in what Allah has sent down and believe, what is confirming? Oh, hold on. confirming what is with them. Do you see it? So how the stupid Quran saying confirm what is with them all over, and those are not confirmed? Are they confirmed or not? Let us go to different verses in the Quran. There's even where it says ما بين يديهم, which means between their hands. Chapter 2, verse number 97. مصدقا لما بين يديه. What is between his hand? Chapter 3, verse number 3. مصدقا لما بين يديه. I'm just showing you the sentence now. Chapter 5, verse number 46. مصدقا لما بين يديه, which means between his hands. Chapter 5, verse number 48. We send you down the book مصدقا لما بين يديه. Okay. All of those saying that, and the rest, we have more. So we send down the Quran believing in what is between his hands. What is that? The Torah and the Gospel. Not only that, the verse before it, Allah is asking the Christians to judge by the Gospel. So if we have a fake gospel in time of Muhammad, isn't it going to be stupid to judge by a book is not exist no more? And here the translation saying, confirming what was before it, that's false. In Arabic it says, ما بين يديه. You can take the word yad, yadayhi, and put it in Google translation. Just to show you how they lie. There's a huge difference between confirming what was before it, why you are taking the hands off, because that's about something physical. This is about something physical. We copy this, we take it to Google Translation, and we paste it. Let me do that. Give me a second. As we copy from the Quran, in his hands. Now we go to the verse Lily, Lulu, she mentioned. He said, يحرفون الكلم عن مواضعه. What does that mean? If you go and read the interpretation, and now he will say to me he don't agree with the interpretation, you will see that there is a Jew. He put his finger over a verse in the Torah. He did what? He put his finger. He did not take the verse. He did not change the location of the verse. He put his finger over the verse. And this is about stoning to death. So you again lying. The Quran never mentioned that the Torah and the Bible is corrupted. You are a fraud. What this verse is about, he put his finger. And there's a huge difference between putting the finger over something and taking the whole thing off. Not only that, in the same story actually, Muhammad, he took the same book which this guy he have under his hand, and he took an oath in it. Let us go to the stupid yellow pages of Muhammad. In the same story, Muhammad, he swear by the same book which the guy supposedly, he put his finger over it. Do you see it? And we can find more details about this hadith, like we can find the whole story. Actually, let me find the whole story, because here there is little part of it in this hadith, and this is good hadith. Let me see. Let us find it. As you see, Muhammad is asking the Jew to bring the Torah to judge. He is judging from the Torah. But I'm just trying to find the whole story where the Jew guy, he put his finger over the book. Let me search it. Give me a second. Let us see. I'm not going to continue until I show you the reference so we can laugh at this false man. All right. I know that will make the video longer, but you know, it's better to find it so we can show the Muhammadan how they love to lie about their religion. They are fraud. Here we go. We found it. How they corrupted the Torah by putting their finger over the verse. You are a son of Muta. Here we go. This is Sahih al-Bukhari. This is what? The stupid Bukhari itself. What the man he did? He put his finger over the verse. And Abdullah ibn Salam said to him, lift up your hand, man. So when they were trying to read the Torah, the Jewish guy, he put his finger over the verse. So supposedly Muhammad cannot see it, and this is, in fact, that will debunk all of Islamic religion. They claim that Muhammad cannot read, because how you know what is written there anyway? So the guy, he put his finger, and you can read this verse's interpretation from their books, Ibn Kathir, Al-Qurtubi, Al-Tabari, Al-Jalalain. So when the Quran says they change the word from their location, the Quran is a stupid Arabic, because this is a wrong statement to say. Because putting your finger over something is not a change in the words from their location. And as long as he agreed that the one who changed words from their location, the Muslims agree that every single verse in the Quran is displaced. In fact, the whole Quran is displaced. What is the first chapter Muhammad received? They will say to you, Iqra, which is 96 now. Who display it? By the permission of who? Show me. Did Allah make a mistake when he gave them in an order which is not the right order? If Allah gave it the first one, you put it the first one. So the verse he quote for us about those who display or change the words from their location fit perfectly with the Quran, because they are the one who change the location of the words. If you go as an example where it says here, read and love. And actually, not long time ago, we have a Muslim, he called me, and he agreed that this is the last verse Muhammad received. Who put it here? Remember, the Quran says, those who change the location of the words of Allah. Isn't it this is a verse from the word of Allah? So if you change the location of the words, you are changing, corrupting the book of Allah. And this is confirmed in all over the Quran. None of the order we have of the Quran today is the order the Muslim received the Quran in it. In fact, every single chapter have many verses they should be given even in different location. Like you will see some verses are given to Muhammad 10 years ago. They are inserted in a chapter which given to Muhammad 10 years after. How you can put them there? They are changing the verses location. However, as long Mimi Dawah, Lulu Hijab, Lulu Dawah, the boyfriend, he said that you cannot change the word of God. You cannot what? You cannot change the word of God. But isn't it the Bible the word of God, you idiot?
If that was the case, if the Quran copied from the Bible, why did it not copy the mistakes? For example, we know at the time of Joseph, there was kings. They were not pharaohs. The Bible calls them pharaohs. The Quran calls them kings.
Let us see why. Because you are stupid again. Because you're a prophet, he thought this is the name of the Pharaoh. His name is Pharaoh. If we go in the Quran, and by the way, before I go that, just to remind you, when a Muslim, he says the Bible is corrupt, he is talking about the Bible of Allah. Which means the second he said that, and he is the one who said in the Quran, nobody can change the word of Allah. All those verses saying Allah sent down the Injil. Look how many times. Injil, 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 Injil. So Allah, he sent down the Injil, and Lili Dawah, he said in the video, no one can change the word of Allah. But isn't it that Injil is the word of Allah? Suddenly, the Injil is not the word of Allah no more. Suddenly, the word of Allah is only the Quran. They are very selective in their lies. Because either nobody can change the word of Allah, and then the Torah and the Gospel are included, because they are the word of Allah, and the Muslims agree, or you cannot, or you can. That's it. But to claim that only the Quran, Allah, He preserved that, that means Allah is accountable for deceiving, and he is a liar. He is the one who helped to deceive, because the Muslims, they say everything is destiny and everything by the will of Allah. So the question will be, was the Bible corrupted by the will of Allah or against his will? If it's against his will, that means Allah cannot be God. If it's by his will, that means Allah cannot be God, for he's Satan. Are you with me? So when a Muhammadan says to you, your Bible corrupted, answer him says, you mean your Allah Bible is corrupted? But this is contradiction for the Quran, where Allah, he said, La mubaddila li Allah. Nobody can change the word Allah of Allah. La mubaddil. No exchange. Nobody can exchange the word of Allah. And this is mentioned in many places in the Quran, not only once. All those places, look how many. Chapter 6, verse number 34. Chapter 6, verse 115. Chapter 10, verse number 64. Chapter 18, verse number 27. All of them, they say, nobody can exchange the words of Allah. Suddenly, the word of Allah is only the Quran. Do you see why we laugh at them? Shall we continue with the video or enough? Isn't it this is very laughable? A thinker. Yeah.
Why kings? Allah calls the rule of Pharaoh at the time of Moses, but when it talks about the time of Joseph, it says king.
The Quran got it right. Aha. Let us see how Muhammad made his poo-poo. Everybody will laugh at you. Muhammad, he thought the name of that king is Pharaoh, you idiot. If we type the word Al in the Quran, Al, just Al, chapter 2, verse number 49, you will see it says, وَإِذَا نَجَّيْنَاكُمُ مِنْ آلِ فِرْعَوْنَ. The family of Pharaoh, not even the Pharaoh. Pharaoh is a singular name, not the family of the king. Pharaoh Muhammad, he thought this is the name of the king. And you will see that all over the Quran. And the same appear. Look, I will show you al. This is al. The one in yellow is the word al. Al in Arabic, actually it's not an Arabic word, it's an Aramaic word. Al is a word mean the family. The family. How we can prove that? Here we go. Chapter 2, verse number 248. Ali Musa. Ali Musa. All right? Al Musa. Ali Fir'aun. Ali Musa's. So the silly Muhammad, he thought this is the family of the word Fir'aun is a name. If you, let us see Ali Ibrahim, chapter 4, verse number 54. Ali Ibrahim. What Ali mean? Family. Who is the name after it? A name of an individual. His name is Ibrahim. Let us go and read. The family of Ibrahim. So always the name will come after the word al, have to be a singular name, not a title. And they translate the word al as a family, as you see. You don't say the family of Egypt. You don't say the family of, Pharaoh. Okay, who is Pharaoh? Which one? So he used the word Pharaoh because he is an idiot who he thought that this is the name of the king. In the other story, because he did not know the name of the king, he called him king. In the Bible, when the Bible speak about the story, he say Pharaoh. Pharaoh mean the title, the king, whoever the ruler. So if I say right now, the king of USA, but they have king, they have president. The ruler of USA is the same. You know what I'm talking about. So the Bible is speaking about a title which everybody knows who they are reading. The Quran, because it's written by an idiot, his name is Muhammad, he thought that the word Pharaoh is a name of a person, not a title. And we can see the same all over. As an example, just to show you, all of those it says Al Fir'aun, but look at this, Al Yaqub, chapter 2, verse number 6. Al Yaqub, chapter 2, verse 6. Click in it. Family of Yaqub, the family of Jacob, the offspring. They translate here as his offspring. Look at this, offspring. Do you see it? So the stupid Muhammad, you cannot add the word al unless it's coming before a singular name of individual, not a title. Otherwise, you have to make Fir'aun al-Fir'aun. And as long it's coming Pharaoh in Arabic, Arabic is a special language. Remember, the Muslims, they keep saying that. So we have rules, we have a grammar. So the idiot Muhammad, he thought, well, this is the name. This is why Muhammad, he mentioned that even he knew the sister of the Pharaoh is going to have to be his, the sister of Musa's and the wife of the Pharaoh, they are going to be in his bed because Muhammad wants to sleep in everybody. Ali Lut, Lut, chapter 5, verse number 59, 15, verse, chapter 15, 59. The family of Lut. What is the word family? Al. So what is the word will come after it? Singular name. So the Quran is not correcting the Bible, you idiot. The Quran is an error. And as long as you are talking about correction, isn't it the Quran speak about a summary was exist in the time of Moses? The summary was exist in the time of Moses, chapter 20, verse number 85, chapter 20, verse number 87, chapter 20, verse number 95. But there is no summary at that time. Moses, in the time of Moses, the summary was there. Mr. Correct in history. What a great correction. You change the translator as you wish, no problem. The summary is exist in the time of Moses. That's amazing news. Obviously, the Quran is correcting the Bible. The Samaritan, they were exist in the time of Muhammad, sorry, in the time of Moses. And he mentioned in his video, what's his name? Part Herman. Let us go back so we can laugh. But this is Part Herman been asked by apostate prophet about which one is more legitimate, the Quran or the Bible, specifically about the crucifixion of Jesus.
Would it ever be from a historical perspective, would it ever be reasonable to dismiss all the evidence for a historical figure for 600 years and then only take a scripture that comes 600 years later as the most credible source, such as in the case of Jesus, where he lived and died, and then 600 years later the Quran came and told us what really happened?
No, I don't think it's not historically credible. But if you're a Muslim, then you would say that it's an act of God.
Hold on, you mentioned this guy to prove what? This guy himself, he said, there's no book in the world have proofs and evidence the same as the gospel. He himself, he's anti-Christianity. There's no book ever exist have manuscript as the Bible. 600 years after, Abdul, his name is Muhammad, he changed his name from Qasim to Muhammad, which means the praised one, which means shirk. Shirk. This is the one you ask him to witness to prove what you are saying. He is saying the Quran cannot be accepted to have any credibility, for it is stupid.
No, I don't think it's not historically credible. But if you're a Muslim, then you would say that it's an act of God, and then so history isn't really what matters anymore. And so if history doesn't matter, you can make theological claims. If history matters, then obviously sources written 40 or 50 years after are more likely to be based on reliable tradition than sources written 600 years later, especially when you can show that the source written 600 years later is dependent on these earlier sources.
The sources which is written 600 years after is depending in our sources. As an example, Muhammad, when he took the story of Jesus creating from the mud the bird, he took it from where? He took it from a fake Bible. As long as Muhammadan, they say, we cannot accept, it's corrupt. So what he do? He go and he took from what is totally corrupt. The one is rejected by every Christian. He took the stories from corrupt books. Not only that, Muhammad, he took stories from books have nothing to do with God, like the Talmud, or a story written about the 7 sleepers, which is a fiction story, or the King Solomon speaking to the ant and the flying carpet of Solomon. What is the reference on that, and who in the world want to believe such a stupid story? This is the guy you ask us to put him in the witness stage. Not only that, I remember that there is a guy or a girl, her name is Mimi Hijab. She asked the same guy other question. What he asked him?
Quran is mentioned, if this book was from other than God, they would have found in it many contradictions.
If a book is without contradictions, that has no bearing on whether it comes from God or not. I've had phone books that are inerrant, but I certainly don't think God gave them.
And even Mimi Hijab, he laughed. But you know what? Let it go. Contradiction, the Quran is full of contradiction. Let us see another statement Mimi Hijab, he said in this video. Here we go. Watch carefully.
I really do think Jesus was crucified and that he really was dead and buried. He thought that he was a son of God in the sense that he was specially chosen by God. I think Jesus really did think he was going to be the Messiah, the future king of Israel. I mean,
See, he just screwed Muhammad. The guy they are bringing him to attack Christianity. He just said that Jesus really, he think that he is the Messiah. He think, and he believed really, truly, he is crucified and he was dead and buried. He believed truly. They brought the guy. They thought they can use him against us. He confirmed that the Quran is a fraud because the Quran denied the crucifixion of Jesus, and he confirmed that Jesus was crucified. So look how your work go against you. Your work go totally against you. Let us go to Ali Dawah again. Lily, what do you do, Lily? What did you serve? I don't want, I was planning to make the, yeah, actually, hold on. Here he said, they asked him how you would know that Christianity is wrong.
Been corrupted, this is not added in here, this is taken out there. We don't know.
Remember, when they say he's corrupted, he's talking about the book of Allah, and that proved Islam to be false, because if you can corrupt the Bible, which is sent by Allah, that means you can corrupt all the book of Allah. This is something against Islam, not against us, because those stupid, they forgot that the Quran says confirming the book which is with them between their hand, which with them Muhammad take an oath in the Quran. And they keep talking about corruption of the Quran, which means they are speaking against the Quran. They say to you, how we know that this is a corruption? They say to you from tafsir. But the Quran never say that. Even the words, the sentence about يُحَرِّفُونَ الْكَلَمَ عَنْ مَوَاضِعِهِ, they change the words from their location. It turned to be about the Quran, not about us, because only a Jew, he put his finger over the verse, and that is not a corruption. If I put my finger now over a verse so you cannot read it, how I'm corrupting my book, and how even the Jews and the Christian, they will agree to corrupt a book, and why even any Jew will do that. You will read in the Old Testament that a man, he promised God if he have his victory, the first thing he see in his way, he will kill. He took an oath. He promised God, and then his daughter was the first thing he saw. The daughter asked her father to kill her, to keep his promise to God. So how anyone will accept to corrupt his book? If we ask the Muhammadan, do you accept to corrupt your book? They will say, no way. So do you think you are the only religious in the world? And not to forget to mention that the Quran is debunked heavily by Muslims to be corrupt. As an example, the Imam al-Suyuti, in his book Al-Itqan fi Ulum al-Quran, he said, قَدْ ذَهَبَ قُرْآنٌ كَثِيرٌ. A lot of Quran is missing. A lot of what? A lot of Quran is missing. Is that true? Absolutely. And the book is there. Ad-Durr al-Manthur, and let me show you even what it says. Because those potatoes, they were saying it doesn't say that, CP. This is their scholars, not us. This is who? This is their scholars. All right. And now they will say, you know what? He's lying, you know. I found actually something even better than the one I'm looking for. Let us show this one. This is Aisha. I was looking for other book. I found this book in my way. الإتقان في علوم القرآن. الإتقان في علوم القرآن. What the book is saying. Remember, those books are not written by Christians, neither by Jews. Those are written by the top scholars of Islam, not YouTubers. Not those dummies in YouTube, you know. Let us see what it says. Here we go. And I will use Google Translation, and I will send you even the link for it so you can open it. This is islamweb.net. Islamweb.net. All right. Let us show you the top. This is a very Islamic website. The book of As-Suyuti, volume number 1, page number 662 and down. Then you will see here he's speaking about verses by hundreds are gone from the Quran. Not one, not two, not three. Read with me here, page number 262. It says, قال أبو عبيد حدثنا. And Ali Dawah, he said in his video, everything about the Prophet is written in details. We have even the chain of narration. Yes, you do. Thank God. And look what they are saying. He said, don't any one of you say we have all the Quran. A lot of it is gone. But you should say we had only what is known. Page what? 262. I will use Google Translation. I will give you the link. Here, Aisha, she's saying that the chapter of Al-Ahzab used to be equal to the chapter of Al-Baqarah. In fact, in this hadith, he is saying, قالت كان سورة الأحزاب تقرأ في زمن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم 200 آية فلما كتب عثمان المصاحف لم يقدر منها إلا ما هو الآن. So when the chapter of Al-Ahzab was written in the time of Muhammad, it was at 200 verses. But when Uthman he wrote the Quran, we could not find except what we have now. The hadith after read carefully. From. He asked, what was the number of Al-Ahzab chapter? He said 72 or 73 verses. He's not sure. He said it used to be equal to the chapter of the cow. And we used to have the verse of Ar-Rajm. It's gone. And the rest of the pages is the same. All of them is speaking about how many are missing. All of this about how many are missing. Now, let us use Google Translation, peace be upon him, and give you the link. Google Translation. Read and laugh. The one is talking about their book is preserved. Here he's saying from. No one of you should say, I have taken the entire Quran. And he does not know what is all of it. Much of the Quran has gone from it. But let be said, I have taken from it what appeared. What? This is your books? Yes, brother. Takbir. Hey, Mahani, can you give me some grape? Allahu Akbar. He debunked Christianity or debunked Islam? And now we continue the same. Aisha, she said that the chapter of Al-Ahzab used to be 200 verses in the time of Muhammad. And now what happened? Hundreds of verses are missing. Let us continue down. Ubay blah blah blah, he said to me, how many are the chapter of Al-Ahzab? How many verses? I said 72, 73. He said, if it were equal, the translation is not accurate, equal to the chapter of Al-Baqarah. What? We are talking about just one chapter in the Quran. 100 of verses are missing, and this potato is talking about the Quran preservation, and those are their books. Those are not books written by Part Harman, who is anti-Christianity, about Christianity, to use him as a witness. Those are books written by their sheikhs, and this is Aisha, and this is the link. I will give it to you. You can use Google translation, and I can give you endless number of reference. Endless number of reference. What else this guy he said in the video? He said that the Trinity is not logical. Where he said that? Let us go.
Reason why the Holy Spirit, for example, is the same thing. It is in the creation. Anything that is in the creation cannot be God.
We showed you that already, but I want to see where he said that, you know, Christianity is not. We don't know nothing about the Bible. Okay, hold on. And he said the Christian, they say we do not need the Bible, which a big fat liar you are. Okay. Please, honest or fair question.
This question. Who dominates Speaker's Corner?
Well, to be honest, with the amount of people that come, it's Muslims, like numbers. But with logical, Islam.
Man, oh man. You killed it. You shot it in the head. Who dominate the Speaker Corner? Is that why your brother was making fun of you? And he said the Christian, they put the pressure on you and you told them Allah entered his creation? And when it's come to logic, Muslims.
For people that come, it's Muslims, like numbers. But with logical, Islam.
Is it this is you? Potato? Is that you? Remember, when it's come to logic, Muslims is the one who dominate. Listen and love.
Again, to my channel, Yajuj and Majuj. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talks about them in the Quran, and they are mentioned specifically in a hadith, brothers and sisters. Now, one thing that a lot of people make a mistake, which I've seen, you know, people of knowledge, is that they try to comprehend and understand who is Yajuj and Majuj? Where are they? How could they stay in a cave for so long and dig, and just when they're about to come out? And obviously there's issues, some say there's issues with that narration, etc. Some parts of it, you know, are not authentic, whatever it may be. I'm not trying to get into that, okay? You know, and then Dhul Qarnayn, and you know, there's so many speculations, etc. And a lot of people come and they're like, some people even get into doubt with this matter. Some individuals even leave Islam. And
exactly.
I'm like, what's the issue here? Let me tell you guys the crux of the matter, because there are a lot of people and a lot of individuals who've tried to make people understand this and even push the narrative of these certain ex-Muslims, you know, that, you know, people are leaving Islam because of this, apparently, yeah? Which I just heard one individual, and most of his reasons were because, you know, he had intimacy with a lot of girls or something along those lines. Okay, I don't think it was...
Hey, Muslim, anyone understand what he just said? What intimacy? We're talking about Gog and Magog. But anyway, he just said in the previous video, in the one debunking Christianity, that the Muslims dominate by logic. Go.
This issue at all, yeah? It was more of his desires. The point is this, that we fall for this, and then what we try to do is, in return, is like, I know, let's try to bring it down to a logical level and try to explain it in a logical way. Now, I've seen many people do these videos, okay? Many people, one of those was Dr. Qadhi. You know, the thing is now, it's Ramadan. I'm not here to talk about anybody.
He talk about people when it's in Ramadan. It's Ramadan, I cannot talk, I cannot gossip about you. Like, I cannot stop you on your back. It's Ramadan. Haram, haram. Later.
Etc. Okay?
Yeah.
I don't want to make anything to ruin my fast, my Ramadan, etc.
Yeah,
All I'm just saying is, obviously, there's a lot of things I don't agree with Dr. Qadhi, and there's things I agree with also. So the thing is here, it's just, I don't want to get into the details and the nitty-gritty. The point I'm trying to make is, he also done a video on this matter. The point I'm trying to say, and what I don't understand is this: why do we have to understand everything in the context where, why does it always have to be logical?
What? Ali Dawah. Why always it has to be logical? Who dominate the speaker corner by logic? Muslims.
This question. Who dominates speaker's corner?
Well, to be honest, with the amount of people that come, it's Muslims, like numbers. But with logical, Islam. Yes, sure. So, I asked him a question, he replied with another question.
No, I'm going to respond.
Okay, I'll answer. We believe Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala enters into his creation, he said the lowest part of the heaven, the way it befits his majesty. How that happens, how it happens, I have no idea how it happens.
But he is the one who said, there is no way God can enter his creation, because if he does, that's not logical, and that cannot be God. And he is the same one who says, why we have to understand everything in a logical way? Why? Why you have to use your brain?
Why does it always have to be logical? Why does it have to be something where we're like, oh, explain it to me logically, or, you know, I'm going to start doubting things? This is exactly why Shaitan fell into disbelief. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told him to do something, bow down to Adam, he couldn't comprehend logically why he had to do that.
So guys, Allah, he ordered Shaitan to bow down to Adam. Shaitan, he said to himself, what's wrong with this idiot Allah? I mean, the angel is the one who disagree with Allah. Why he is asking me to bow down with them? Why it have to be logical? So, in one hand, the Muhammad, and this is how hypocrite they are, scammers. They speak about logic, and they say we should not believe unless it's logical. Like, is the Trinity logical? That's what he said in the beginning of the video. It's not logical, he said. From the beginning, he said. The Trinity is not logical, brother.
Be honest and answer this question. Who dominates speaker's corner?
They say, who do I pray to? The Father? No, let me pray to Jesus today. No, today, Holy Spirit. Who do I pray to? Anything that is in the creation cannot be God, because they are dependent. Now Christians have gone to a length where they reject the Bible.
Let us see who is the one who reject the Bible. You will not find one Christian who reject the Bible. You are a fraud. You are a fraud, potato. If somebody he reject the Bible, he is no Christian, and you know that. However, you see, even your stupid God, he agreed that the Christian don't reject the Bible. But let us go to see who is the one who reject the Quran. Watch, potato.
And he has fingers.
So what does this prove? That Allah has a finger or fingers.
and he has, and the brother, and they're speaking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and all the things he's saying, okay, he's getting it from the Salaf in a sense, but the way he's putting it together and he's adding it all together, and he has a shin.
The day when the shin shall be laid bare. In according to a hadith in Bukhari, this shin is the shin of Allah.
And he has a foot.
Then Allah Ta'ala places his foot in hellfire.
Khalas, he's putting the whole picture of the man in the head of the person.
Yes.
Yes.
It's clear and explicit.
You go and tell your kids that. Go and tell a 5-year-old Allah has a shin.
This shin is the shin of Allah.
Yani in that sentence, this is the most dumb pedagogy I've ever seen in my life. You say,
who is the one rejecting the Quran and their prophet words? You. Each time we show you something, you deny it. We show you the sunset in murky water, you say the Quran saying as if it is. Where is as if it is in the Quran? Nowhere. It appeared to Zulqarnain where it says that. And I don't want to forget, but I will go back later. Let us continue with this funny Mimi Hijab going nut. He have an ant in his pant.
I appreciate, I come from a Hanbali background, I come from that. But you sit with a kid, yeah? A 5-year-old. You say, if he asks you, does Allah have a hand? And you say yes.
Yes. Allah Ta'ala has a hand.
Do you know what he's going to think? Allah has that.
Is there a problem there? Or is it true that both his hands are right? Yes, it is true.
Sorry, I don't care what you think he thinks. He thinks that. He thinks, and then you say Allah has a hand, and Allah has fingers, and Allah has a face, and Allah has foot.
Allah Ta'ala tells us, Ya Akhi Nazri, that he's got a beautiful face.
And you're putting it all, lining it up, and then you say Allah's not a man. A'udhu billah. This kid is confused, bro.
You look confused.
And sorry, some of the examples are poor examples of the dumb, some, sorry to say, yani not thinking straight Salafis. And I have to say it from coming from the Athari background. Say, oh, what is the foot of Allah? They say, oh, you know, the foot of the elephant. The foot of the elephant is different to the foot of the ant. And they think that, oh, Bismillah, yes, this guy is very clever. They say the door handle is better, the door handle is better than the clock hand. You think that's a clever idea, bro? That's Wallahi's whole.
Do you see how they are in chaos? This is stupid religion. They cannot agree with their own religion. You will not find one single Christian saying what they are saying. But this guy, he's saying to us that the Christian reject the Bible. But it's you who reject your teaching, you reject your prophet, you reject your scholars, you reject your Quran. Where the sun set, Ali Dawah? Does the Quran says it appeared to him? Or then you have to go and take a interpretation of somebody, not your prophet. Like, do the Muslims accept what their prophet said? They don't. They don't. Where the sun set? Muhammad, he said, it set in a boiling water. And this is a Sahih hadith. It says here, Sahihul Isnad. Muhammad, Lulu, he said, or she said, that we have everything the Prophet said with the correct chain of narration. Here we go. It's there. Muhammad confirming what the Quran is saying, that the sun set in a muddy boiling water. Why you don't accept it? And this Mimi Hijab is going crazy for what? Your prophet said those things. The same as he go crazy when he go around and he attack Muslims for believing in the hadith of his prophet about sucking the tits. And he asked women to suck their tits. And he made a video about me, he's Christian prince, sexual predator. Why? Because I said to a Muslim women, suckle me. After she insulted Jesus, saying that Jesus was playing with his mother boobs. That's what she said. She's a whore. And this coward, he took the video, he cut that part, and he just played the part. I said to her, suckle me. It's you who don't accept your religion. You will not find one Christian saying, I don't accept what Jesus said, or what John said, or what Peter said, or what Mark said. We cannot. Either we are believers or not. One more thing. This potato, Oh, hold on. We have another video.
If you don't mind, Bob, yeah? I like to talk about something where all Muslims can agree, because if you, let's say you defeat me in an argument, yeah? For the sake of argument. Say,
let us see. Mimi Hijab here, he agreed that his God go inside his creation too.
Entering into his creation, you said you would tell me what the Hanbali position
so
is.
yeah, the Hanbali position is that it's possible in a way that only God knows how.
It's possible in a way that only Allah knows how, brother. How good is that? It's possible in a way. But this guy, he said, and he is the one who speak against himself later, anything enter into his creation cannot be God. And then we have the hadith about even Allah. He changed his look and he take different shape. Not only Allah, he come down every night. And if I go with the Muhammadan in what they say, just to show you how stupid their logic, which is not logical at all, as long Allah have a hand, and Allah cannot enter inside his creation, that means the hand he have is not his creation. Do you see how stupid they are? Anything that is in the creation cannot be God. Who made the hand of Allah? Obviously not him. If you say to me, it is not a creation, well, you are the one who says Allah come down every day. Enter his creation. In order to enter, you have to exist physically. We are not talking about spirit. Muslims don't believe in a spirit. Muslims don't believe in anything is called God is a spirit. Take note. Some naive Christian, they think Muslims, they are the same as us. Muslims do not believe in demon. Genie is not a demon. Allah is not a spirit. Allah has no spirit. So when Allah he enter into his creation, as Ali Dawah he said previously, we are playing it just for the sake of entertainment.
Your hadith says Allah descends to the lowest heaven on the last part of the night.
Yes.
Can you explain to us what that means?
Yes, sure. So, I asked him a question, he replied with another question.
No, I'm going to respond.
Okay, I'll answer. We believe Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala enters into his creation, you said the lowest part of the heaven, the way it befits his majesty. How that happens, how it happens, I have no idea how it happens. How does that go against his nature? I'll repeat again. I'm asking a question. If the hadith said, God on the lowest part of the heaven enters into his creation as a man and answers everybody's prayers, I'll say now we have a problem. Why? Because we believe God Almighty has no beginning, no end. Okay, and other attributes, then we'll have a problem. What we're saying is, how does he enter it? We don't know. What we say is that the way it does it is the way it befits his majesty. But how does that, what you're seeing goes against his nature, who he is, not what he does.
So notice Ali Dawah admitted Allah enters into his creation.
The way it befits his majesty.
But the way it befits his majesty.
Yes.
Question about Allah entering into his creation. You said you would tell me what the Hanbali position
So
is.
yeah, the Hanbali position is that it's possible in a way that only God knows how.
How is that different from the Salafist position?
It's the same.
This is not what the messenger.
But Allah cannot be inside his creation. Like, what the heck is that? I mean, you Muhammad and all hilarious, you know? What a dummy. You know, I mean, there is many things he said in the video, actually. I don't know if I cover it all. Yeah, actually, and he mentioned none of the disciples of Jesus, they met Jesus. What? None of the disciples of Jesus, they met Jesus, brother. That's deep. Let us see where he said that. We don't want to play something already we answered. Let us see.
And I put one drop of poison, just one little drop. Would you drink it? No. He says no. I said, why not? He says, it will harm my body. How are you drinking the Bible when it's destroying your soul?
That's a good point. If there's only one drop of poison, the rest cannot be trusted. Can you tell us about the satanic verses, which is mentioned in the Quran, and Allah, He promised to take it off? Listen, if there's one drop of poison, we cannot drink it. So your stupid Quran confirm our book. Your stupid Quran asking the Christian to follow the book which between their hands. Your stupid Quran claiming that the book, our book, is the book of Allah, and you are struggling to prove that the book of Allah corrupted by Allah. And now you are saying, if a drop of poison in a cup, are you going to drink from it? We will go with you. Satanic verses in the Quran prove that Shaitan, he did not put a drop. Shaitan, he put verses. And the verse saying, Allah will take what Shaitan he throw, which means Shaitan he throw already. So if you drop a drop of poison in the water, is it possible to take it back? And how Allah he protect his book, yet it was possible to Shaitan to add verses to his book in the mouth of Muhammad. And Muhammad himself did not notice until Jibreel came to Muhammad and told him, hey Habibi, stupid Muhammad, huh? What are you doing? This is not from Allah. And the Muhammadan, they claim that Shaitan, he came to Muhammad in the image of the angel Gabriel, and he gave him satanic verses. But as long as Shaitan, he can make Quran like the Quran, that's a contradiction to the Quran, because the Quran says nobody can make the Quran like the Quran of Allah. Here we go, Muhammad received Quran from Shaitan, and Muhammad himself did not notice that this is not from Allah. So obviously anyone can make Quran, including Shaitan. And not only that, what is the proof now that this verse itself is not from Shaitan? So you can relax. Are you with me, guys? As long as Shaitan, he can put one verse, that means Shaitan, he can add more verses. If I can do enter into behind the gate of security, that means I can do it again and again and again. And look, Allah, he promised the Muslim to protect the Quran, but he failed. And Allah is saying, instead of saying, okay, you know what, I'm not going to let anyone, he said that actually already, he says, I'm going to take it off. So it's there already. Because you cannot take off something is not there. And Muhammad, he claimed that nobody of the Prophet before him, except Shaitan, he gave them satanic verses. That means all the books of Muhammad, God, are full of satanic verses. It's in front of you. And now, after Shaitan, he gave Muhammad satanic verses, Shaitan is telling Muhammad, different verses, tell them to cool down, okay, they got you busted, praying to the daughters of Allah. Tell them Allah will take it off. Very simple. All right? Allah will take it off. So now relax. But how we can trust that this verse is not coming from Shaitan himself to make you cool down? And now, as long as Allah confirm, Allah will take whatever Shaitan he throw. That means there's more verses is going to be thrown by Shaitan. And as long as the Muslim, they claim that they memorize whatever Muhammad he said, that means you are memorizing whatever Muhammad he said, including satanic verses. And as long as we are talking about the preservation of the Quran, I challenge Ali Dawah to recite for us the 10-time breastfeeding for adult, or beside it, the 5-time breastfeeding for adult. Remember, they keep saying to us, the Quran is preserved. As long as it's preserved, if the goat ate the Quran, then we should not have a problem, because the goat did not eat the memory of Ali Dawah. So this is my challenge to this little girl who don't dare to let me call her or to call me. The same as Mimi Hijab, who hang up on me. He did not even let me. He promised the Muslim a debate, but the coward, he don't dare to do it. The verse of stoning and breastfeeding for adult 10 times. It's a verse. It is a verse. 10 times was in a paper under my pillow. This is the bed of Muhammad. Remember, this is the wife. When the messenger of Allah passed away, he died. A sheep came and ate it. And that means the Muslims, you see, the Muslims, they say to us, lying, that the verses of Rajam, which means stoning to death, and breastfeeding for adult, it is there, but we don't have them in the book because the Prophet said so. False, as you see. The book which Muhammad, he died, and it exists after Muhammad, have those verses. And the goat ate them. Are you with me? You ask the Muhammadan, where is the verse of breastfeeding for adult? They say it's abrogated by recitation, but not by a rule. Have you ever heard of religion? You abrogate the recitation. Why? What you will lose? I mean, this is the word of God. If you are going to follow it, isn't it better to have the words of the law without saying there's a law, stone them to death? Shouldn't you have the law first? Why you want to delete the law which you are going to follow? Does it make sense? The guy, he speaks about logic, don't he? And now we notice that Muhammad is dead, which means there's no way that after Muhammad's death, Muhammad, he woke up like a zombie and told them, hey, take off those verses. So he is dead, and we have two verses now, one about the breastfeeding for adult, and the other one says here, the verses were abrogated in recitation, but not ruling. And then it says, other hadith established the number of forced rage by 5. Do Muslims follow the Quran? 5? The hadith says 5. The Quran says 10. We cannot find it in the Quran. And how it can be abrogated by ruling, by recitation after Muhammad's death? Are you with me? Now this guy, he had a big lie too. He said that the disciple of Jesus, they were not exist in the time of Jesus. Those names are not the disciple of Jesus. How I can refute Ali Dawah? You cannot. Let us be honest. If I show Ali Dawah from our books, you will not accept. So what I should do? The only way is to get him busted from his books.
We don't know who Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John is. Who are these people? They never met Jesus. In Islam, the oneness of God makes sense. Yeah? The Quran is preserved, hasn't been changed. And no,
Hold on. Say it again.
this is taken out there. We don't know who Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John is. Who are these?
We don't know who they are. You don't know. You know, when a Muhammadan, he asked a question about who is who, do you know who's Hafs? How you know he exists? You took the Quran from Hafs, which came 200 years after Muhammad. Who is Al-Bukhari? Have you met him? You took the hadith of Muhammad from Al-Bukhari, who came more than 200 years after Muhammad. In fact, all your resource written long after Muhammad, nothing of it goes back to Muhammad time. Because if I came 200 years after Muhammad and I say, I did a study and I found that this guy said to this guy to say, but I never saw any of them. I never witnessed any of them. 200 years after, do you know how many generation? So the Muhammadan, they claim that the disciple of Jesus never met Jesus, and this is absolutely false, because even their stupid books confirm that. Shall we go to At-Tabari or Ibn Kathir? Huh? Let us go to At-Tabari first. We don't know. So the Muslim, they have their names, they knew that they are messengers of Jesus, but the Christian do not know where the Muslims get their reference from. Let us see. Oh, this web page cannot be translated to Google. I need to find a different one. Hold on. It says Tafsir app. Okay, this one is better. Let us see. We did not refute Ali Dawah today. We wiped the floor with him. So today I want you to do this after we finish, you know, take the reference we mentioned to you, or sorry, the video, and cut it pieces and make it short, like how Ali Dawah contradict Ali Dawah, because you know that will make it easier to get them busted. Give me a second. I'm just trying to find like a website can be used to be translation. Not a blog, something official, you know. We are not being lucky each time I click at the website, but we will find it. I have the reference in front of me actually, but I want to find it in Islamic website so I can share it with you. Let us see. Maybe this one. Yeah, you see the problem. I'm finding website, but they have like this is script, like you know the page go inside the not in the page itself, like you know it's like you scroll inside, and that will not make Google able to translate. Let us see something else. Maybe we can show Ibn Kathir. All right. I mean, Muslim website, they become just a commercial to buy Viagra and clothing. All right. Maybe this one will work. It have commercial too. I mean, you cannot even find one without commercial. It's not working too. Well, I found it in this website, قصص الأنبياء Ibn Kathir. Okay, let's use this one. What we can do, I mean, you know. All right. So this is Ibn Kathir. وذكر ابن جرير عن محمد بن إسحاق أن عيسى عليه السلام قبل أن يرفع. So let me translate. So it's mentioned from Ibn Jarir, from Ibn Ishaq. Ibn Ishaq, the source. This is the earliest source of Islam. Ibn Ishaq. Before Jesus Isa been taken up to heaven, he told his disciple Al-Hawariyin to call people to worship one God, Allah, with no partners. And he named each one of them to go to a group of people and to a territory. And he mentioned here some to go to Sham, which means Syria and Jordan and Israel, etc. And some to go to East, which means China, etc. And some to go to the West, whatever the West is. And when they woke up in the morning, they found each one of them, he found himself speaking in a language other than the language which he just know, which fit with the language of the country he will go to. And it mentioned by many that the Injil written by four, Luke, Matthew, and Mark, and John. And he said here, saying here, and between those Injil, there's many differences. And here it says, and those four, there is two of them from those who used to be with the Messiah, Matthew and John, and two who they were not, but they are a company of the company, which means they accompany John and Matthew, and they are Mark and Luke. You see, I'm using your Muslim reference. So let us translate. Why can I translate? I need to use Google browser. Hold on. Give me a second. They love to lie. So from your website, from your Ibn Kathir, Potato, he confirmed that at least two, they were accompany Jesus. Isn't it John? He says, we saw his hands and we touched them. Who is the one who was standing next to the cross? Isn't it your stupid Quran mention the three messengers of Isa, who he sent them to the city of Antioch? And the stupid Mimi Hijab, he asked me to prove it, and I gave him tons of reference, and he hung up on me. Let us use the translation of Google. And now, let us search for the word Luke, maybe. Oh, look like the translation did not translate the word Luke. Okay, let us say what word we will look for, because I don't want to read the whole thing. This is very long. Let us search for the word East. Okay. So, East and the West. Okay, so those are the disciples of Jesus. No, it appeared 3 times. Okay, this is not. It's not coming. I don't want to read the whole thing, you know. I mean, just to show that part. Let us see. We type West. Okay. The translation is not really coming accurate. Let us see. Lowest. No. This Google translation is horrible. Okay, let us search for Four, maybe, no. Okay, let's see. Two. Let's see. Yeah, that's a long page to search in it. They don't have numbers. They don't have anything. It's just like long script. Let us see if we type Mark, maybe. You see, Google is confused about the names. It's not translating correctly. Let me do something else. I will copy the text. And I will oh no, Google is translating right away. So let us do this. I will open Google Translation. I copy the text as it is, and I will paste here. The gospel was quoted by four: Luke, Matthew, and Mark, and John. Between those gospels, there's a lot of this disparity in relation to each copy and copy. So this is the part, but the rest is not showing. I don't know why. Here it says, and those four, I don't know why this part is not showing. Let us copy it and paste it again. Paste this part only. Okay. And these four, two of them, of those who realize Christ, which means they were with the Christ, they've been with the Christ, they live with the Christ, Matthew and John. And two of them, they are from the companions, and they are Mark and Luke. This is your book. Getting you busted, you stupid liar. Now, the rest of the disciple, Luke and Mark, we have tons of reference about who they are and what they witness. Not only that, we have even proofs that Paul himself, according to Islam, witnessed Jesus, and he saw Jesus. And let me show you some reference. Actually, in the same page, in Ibn Kathir, it says that too. In the same page of Ibn Kathir, it says exactly the same. But let me show you more reference. If you go to the chapter of Al-Ma'idah, verse number 81, you will see that in the interpretation. Chapter of Al-An'am, chapter 18, verse number 20. Chapter of As-Saf, sorry, chapter An'am, verse 18 to 20, 18 and 20, from 18 to 20. The chapter of As-Saf, from verse number 14. Chapter of Yes, verse number 14. Chapter of Yes, verse number 15. Chapter of Yes, verse number 18. And then we can go to the books, which is like Ibn Kathir and other interpretation. Let us see. Let us see here. Remember, Mohammed, we are showing you books we don't consider to be valid in any way, in any mean. We are just showing the hypocrisy of those people, because if you are a person who claim to have knowledge, then you should know what is written in your books. This is the book of As-Sirah and Nabawiyya. Ibn Hisham, volume number 2, page number 608. قال ابن إسحاق. I will use translation and I will post the link for you. قال ابن إسحاق. Ibn Ishaq, he said, from those who the Messiah he sent, from the Hawariyyin, which mean the disciple, the direct disciple, and the companion, which means companion of the disciple, who came after them, was Peter and Paulos. And Paul was from the companion, which means he was not a disciple directly to Jesus. And he was not of those who sent to Rumia. And Ra'as, this is the Muslim names. And Thomas was sent to the land of Babylon, in the east. And Philippus was sent to the land of Cartagena, like Tunisia and etc., and Africa. And they have a new disciple, his name is Yahnus. He sent him to Ephesus. Muslim, they have their names. The village of the people of the seven sleepers. And Yaqubus, he was sent to Jerusalem. And Eliah, he was sent to the house of Jerusalem. And Ibn Thalma, he was sent to Al-Arabiya, to the land of Saudi Arabia. And Seaman, which means Seaman, they call him Seaman, to the land of the barbarian. And Yehuda, he was not from the Hawariyin. So they are counting for you who is from the disciple, who is not. This guy, he said, we do not know who are they. So how you Muslim, you know in their books those names? And if there's no way to confirm who are they or what they did and who sent them, why you Muslims take what is written in our books? Do you see why we laugh at this religion? And now let me post the link for you. And you can use Google translation from your side. Now the potato of Islam will get bigger, because this is nothing compared to what we will show you more. I have English reference. Oh, I have to make the link short. Hold on. Shorten link. YouTube did not allow the link to go through. All right. This is the link. You can open it and you can save it in your reference and use Google browser, so you can open the you can use the Google translation. All right. And this is Ibn Ishaq. Ibn Hisham, the biography of the Prophet, one of the oldest. Let us see a different one. If you remember the potato Mimi Hijab, he asked me where I am saying that the Quran saying that the two messengers of Jesus, they were, one of them is Paul. And I got him busted with no mercy in that call. The Muslim always, they would try to say to you, this is da'if. This is cannot be accepted. It's your book. And either you are a stupid follower of a book, or you are smart, you don't follow it at all. You can't be selective. Either the book is trustworthy or the book is not trustworthy. This is Tafsir Ibn Kathir for chapter 36, verse number 14. It says here, the first messenger was Shamun, which means Simon Peter, and Yohanna. And the third was Paul, But remember, we just showed you other books saying that Paul was not with Jesus. Why? Because in other place it says that the Messiah appeared to Paul and he made him blind. So Paul, even in Islam, he met Jesus and he was his disciple. This is Ibn Kathir. This is Al-Qurtubi. Isa, he sent 3 messengers. Simon. What is the rest? Let us see the names. If they mention other names. Here he mentioned only, I see Simon only. Okay. He's talking about the third one who he sent to string the first 2. Okay. Let us see At-Tabari. At-Tabari mentioned no names. I don't see any. Here, no names. Here, no names. And here you see how much confused those people are, because one of them, he knew all the names, the other one, he did not know the names. Now, did Paul, is he from the companion of Jesus or not? The Bible mentioned that Paul, he met Jesus and the Lord appeared to him. The Muslim confirmed the same story. Well, let me show you the reference. You will notice that those Mohammedan, they keep attacking Paul, but in their books, Paul was a messenger of the Messiah, and you will notice that if the Messiah, he was sent in those messengers, that means he's God. Because only the Messiah can send messengers, for he is God. Otherwise, a prophet cannot send you as a messenger of God. Let us see. I'm just trying to find the reference where it says Paul. Let me see. Hold on. Give me a second. All right. This is At-Tabari. I'm pretty sure that the one about Paul he met, this is in Ibn Kathir, and I posted before. I don't know if the admin can post the link to help me to find it fast, if any of the admins they have it. But anyway, read with me. This is At-Tabari. page number 18. Sorry, value number 18, page number 90. Who are they? The Hawariyin of Jesus, the disciple of Jesus. And I will use Google translation again to get the Abdul busted. Here it says, and by the way, here it says something very important. It says Jesus never fought anyone, and neither any of his disciples fight and kill anyone. And they became winners by argument and debate and miracles. بالحجة. Let us see what it says here. قال ابن إسحاق, the one who sent those messengers, it was Isa, and they are from the Hawariyin and from the companion. Photros and Bulos, we never heard of Photros. Muslim, have you ever heard of Photros? Mr. Photros, how are you? Photros and Bulos sent to Rumia. Andreas and Matthew sent to the land where people, they eat people, zombie. Don't ask me where. And Thomas was sent to the Babylon in the east of the land. And Philippus was sent to Cartagena, to Africa. All right, and then here, and Simon, he was sent to the barbarian land, a Yehuda sent, which is repeated again in the previous reference we showed you. Let us show you more. This is Tafsir Ibn Kathir, chapter 36, verse number 13 to 17. And you will see the Muhammadan, they are saying that the Messiah sent Paul. You see, in the Arabic, the Muhammadan, they don't even know how to pronounce any one name as usual. They call him Bulos. Bulos. Do you see it? Let me open a better website so we can show you. This website, the text is better, bigger. So Ali Dawah said, we do not know who are they, the disciple of Jesus. In fact, none of them met Jesus. Again, a big fat liar, everybody is laughing at you. And remember, I'm showing you your books, because I'm not going to waste my time and show you my books, because you don't agree with it anyway. Here you will see Ikrama and Qatada and Az-Zuhri. They mention that Jesus, he sent his disciple to the city of Antioch. To the city of what? Of Antioch. The Quran says, we send them two messengers and we string them with a third. But here it says that the one who sent them is Isa. So Isa is God. Because who is the one who sent messengers? Only God. Let us see the names of those. And we string them with the third. Ibn Jurayj narrated from Wahab ibn Sulaiman. The Muslim, they will say to you, Wahab ibn Sulaiman is a scumbag like Dawah. Can you trust him? We laugh at you. Anything is embarrassing, totally the guy is a scumbag. No wonder. He's following Muhammad. The name of the two messengers were Shamun and Yohanna, John, Simon and Yohanna, and the third was Bulos. Okay, how Jesus never met them and he sent them? Now, did Peter say anything in the Bible? Yes. Did John wrote anything in the Bible? Yes. Did Paul wrote anything in the Bible? Yes. But they say that they never met Jesus. but their book says the opposite. And then if you go down, they are speaking about miracles. Those three disciples of Jesus, they even resurrected people from death. Where a man, he came to them asking them for a miracle. And the third one, the strongest between them, it was Paul. But you will find every stupid Mohammedan writing tons of articles against Paul. And now what they will say? We don't accept what this guy is saying. He's a liar. Exactly my point. You Muslims are a bunch of liars. If Muslim cannot trust Muslims, why in the world the Muslim will trust Christians? And why we can't trust Muslims? Nobody can trust Muslims. If you Muslims don't trust each other to say the truth. And we just showed you today how this guy, he said the opposite. You know, isn't it Mimi Hijab in the debate with David Wood? He said to him, who said so? That Allah have body part. All what he is saying in his video, that the body part of Allah is not like our body part. He agreed. He agreed that Allah have a body part. He agreed that Allah come down every night. But in the debate, he denied all of this. In the book of Tafsir al-Tahrir, it says that Paul, he did a lot of miracles. For chapter 6, in chapter 6, verse number chapter 36, from verse number 6 to 18. So the same chapter we are reading, if you go and read 6 to 18 in Tafsir al-Tahrir wa Tanwir, you will see the same. In the book of Ibn Kathir, it mentions how the Messiah appeared. The Messiah, according to Ibn Kathir, he is exist in the time of Paul, and Paul is exist in the time of the Messiah. And this is the reference I witness screen. And I will give you a link. Remember this liar, he said that the Muslims, neither the Christian knew who are those people. Well, I want to ask you the same question now. Who is Paul, the one you are talking about? Who is Mark? Who's John? Which John? He mentioned in his video, which John? There's many Johns. When you Muslim, you say Isa. Isa who? When the Muslim, they say there's a prophet, his name is Idris. Idris who? When they say there's a prophet, his name is Salih. Salih who? When the Quran says Israel. Israel who? Show me one verse in the Quran says who is Israel. They will say to you, we go to the Hadith. Okay, go to the Hadith and show me where you get this information from. Let me shorten this link for you and give it to you so you can read with me. Link shorten. Remember, when you download my video, please make it shorter, like the cheese, you know, like you can make a video, call it Ali Dawah getting Ali Dawah busted, how he opposed himself and Mimi Hijab. Let everybody see how those people, they are hypocrite. They speak about the Trinity is not logical, and he is the same one asking us not to be logical. Why everything have to be logical? This is the link, and I will use Google translation for you so you can read with me. Read carefully. This is Ibn Kathir, not me. The book of Al-Bidayah and Al-Nihaya. Translate to English. Volume number 2, page number 119. Let us zoom in. Remember, the coward Ali Dawah said that none of those met Jesus. When the Bible themselves mentioned clearly that they accompanied Jesus, they spoke Jesus, they asked Jesus, Jesus answered, and they are there, and they witness even the crucifixion. Who is Jesus told him to take care of his mother in the cross? How dare you even to say such a statement, liar? Read carefully here with me. Again, the beginning at the end, Ibn Kathir, chapter 2, page number 119. This is not my website. This is your website. This is your book. This is Sunni, not Shia. Even though the website I'm posting here is a Shia library, but this is a very Islamic Sunni book. Now, read carefully what it says here. The gospel transmitted by 4 of them: Luke, Mark, Matthew, Mark, and John. Between those 4 gospels, there is a lot of this. This is the Muslim statement that there's differences. Okay, no problem. Relation to each copy and many additional blah, 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 blah. Okay, let us continue. It says here, Paul the Jew, and he was unjust and brutal, hating Christ and what he brought, and he had shaved his nephew head when he believed in Christ, and he go around the country like to chase the Christians. Then he stoned him. He stoned his nephew. This is the story written in the Muslim books. Until he died. May Allah have mercy on his nephew. The Muslims are feeling sorry for the nephew of Paul. And when Paul heard that Christ, peace be upon him, had gone toward Damascus, the Messiah, he went to Damascus, remember that. Hey Muslims, the Messiah went to Damascus. He prepared his mule. This guy is taking his army and wanted to kill him. So the Messiah was alive in the time of Paul. According to the Muslim books, if we ask Mimi Hijab, where do you get this from? If we ask Ali Dawah, his sister, where do you Muslim get this from? As long as Muhammadan, they take only what is legitimate to be their source. What is the source? What is the source of the flying carpet of Solomon? The legend of the Jews. What is the source of the Gog and Magog? What is the source of the sunset and murky water and Alexander the Great? Who is Zulqarnain? The Quran says the guy with the 2 horns. Who is this guy? Don't he have a name? Why, he have a horn? Is he a cow? So he wanted to kill him, and he met him in an area called Kaukaba. The translation says planet. This is not correct translation. This is the name of the area. Planet, Kaukaba. When he faced the companion of Christ, an angel came to him and struck his face and whipped with the tip of his wing, blinding him. When he saw that, he fell into his heart, believing in Christ. Every scumbag in the internet attack Paul. But this is Ibn Kathir. So he came to him, to who? To Christ. Paul came to Christ, imagine, and apologized for what he had done and believed in him. So he accepted him and asked him to wipe his eyes. So Paul now asking the Messiah to wipe his eyes so he can see again, so that God would restore his sight to him. So the Messiah, he wiped your eyes, Allah restored the sight. Paul faith in Christ, peace be upon him, which means Paul believe in Christ, he have good faith on him, and the church was built in his name, the famous church of Paul in Damascus. From the time of the companions, but this guy, he said nobody met him. So where all these things coming in your books? But what you expect from somebody, he contradict himself. He do not know what he believe. He have no idea what he believe. In one place he say, God cannot be inside his creation. In another place he says, yes, Allah can be inside his creation. How we can accept that? Shall we repeat again what we did play? Look like by mistake I closed the video we were playing for him. Yeah. Why, brothers and sisters, everything have to be logical? Why? Why we need to comprehend things? This is what happened to Shaitan. But in the same time, he said that Trinity is not logical. Christianity not logical. But the second we ask, is it logical to have endless penis as your prophet promised? Is it logical to have 80,000 little boys to serve you just because you pray to God? Slavery in heaven? Is it logical that you will be in heaven and you are ejaculating for 70 years? Is it logical to say that the sperm coming from the backbone of the man and the sperm became a blood, dead blood? And hail coming from mountains in heaven? Mr. Logical, you made me laugh. You are a shameful person. You have no dignity. And you force us today to laugh at you. Let us see. I can't believe I closed the pages. By mistake, I guess. Yeah, now we have to look for the videos again. I find it very interesting that the same person,
how would we know that?
The same person, he repeat the same thing twice, and he go against his own words. Very embarrassing. I don't know how I closed those videos. Let me open them again. Give me a second. By mistake, what we can do. How funny. Do you have a shame, people? You don't.
By a Christian to explain Hadith Nuzul, he said a statement which contradicts the consensus of all of the Muslims. He said a statement which is against Al-Quran and against what the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam taught. When explaining this hadith, and this is not the correct understanding of this hadith, he said Allah enters into the creation. And likewise, his friend Mohammed Hijab, he's previously said something similar to that. This statement is an abhorrent statement to say and attribute to Allah. The one who says Allah enters into something, this one is saying Allah is contained. And this is against the belief of all of the Muslims. Allah revealed in the Quran لَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ شَيْءٍ, which means Allah is not like anything from amongst the creation. The one who says Allah
This is copy from the Old Testament, nothing like God. But what does this have to do with contained? I mean, do you see the stupidity? Even when they try to explain their book, they come with this stupid logic. Nothing like Allah. Okay, this is how you explain that nothing can contain Allah? Isn't it you Muslim believe that He is sitting on the throne? Isn't it you Muslim believe that Allah is carried by 8 angels? Isn't it you Muslim believe that Allah is living in the 7th heaven? And if Allah cannot be contained, then Allah exists in no space. Cannot be contained, but the hadith says Allah will change even His shape. He will come in a shape other than the one which they saw first time. Let us go to the stupid hadith. Remember, Allah cannot be contained. Is that Sahih hadith? That Allah will come to you in an image other than the one you saw first time, in a shape. In a shape. So if Allah cannot be contained, how Allah have a shape? He have to be inside that shape. And not only that, Allah, He changed His shape. He changed what? He changed His shape. Allah is a changeable. Who said that? Your prophet. Allah changed His shape. Allah have a shape. Allah has many shape. Is Sahih al-Bukhari a fraud? This is the most authentic. And Ali Dawah, he says, we have tons of hadith says what the Prophet says, all is authentic. We have the chain of narration, we can check them out. This is al-Bukhari. This is al-Bukhari too. They are asking him, are we going to see Allah? He said yes, and he compared Allah to seeing the sun and the moon. They said, how we will recognize Him? He said, in the shape. They know. What is the shape you know, Muslims? What is the shape the Muhammadan they knew for their God? Is that the foot? Is that the 5 fingers? The shape they knew? It's your prophet words. Allah will come to them in a shape other than they know and will say, I am your Lord. Now, the shape which Allah, He is changing with His previous shape, is His creation or He borrowed it from Walmart? Question. We have now 2 Allah. Allah is a transformer. He's a Batman 1 second. He is a normal human being 1 second. So is Allah contained inside the shape or He is out of His shape? If you say to me that shape Allah is not inside it, that means Muhammad did lie, because it says Allah will come to them in a shape. Allah will come in a shape. Do you see it? And then he says, and the Muslim, they will say to him, we seek refuge from you, you are not Allah, because the Muslim don't like the shape of Allah. Maybe he's coming like a monkey. And then Allah, and they will refuse even to talk to him, like, get lost. We seek refuge with Allah from you, which means they consider this Allah, this is their God. They consider him shaitan, just because they did not like the shape. Muslims are like chicken. This is not our mom. This chicken, no, this chicken is not mommy. So Allah changed His shape. He come to them in the shape of a goat. The Muslim, they get upset and they cast him away and they say to him, you are our God. And then Allah will come to them in a shape they know and will say, I am your Lord. And then they will say, no doubt. But they said that Allah cannot be contained inside a shape, for Allah is not limited, nothing like Allah. Well, the Bible says that the Messiah is the Word of God in John chapter 1, the Logos, which is not even just the Word, more than the Word, the will of God. Everything about God is God, and the Word is God. In verse number 14, the Word became a flesh. So maybe the Messiah will come to you in a shape of a flesh you don't like, and you say to him, and that's what you are doing now, we seek refuge by Allah from you. Is that what happened to Allah? So yes, Allah can be contained. Allah have physical body, and you Muslims admit it. And when you say to me, trying to use funny logic, saying that nothing like Allah, that is the most stupid thing to say, because all of us not like Allah, and nothing like me, and nothing like you.
Allah has a hand.
And he has fingers.
So what does this prove? That Allah has a finger or fingers.
And he has, and the brother, and they're speaking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and all the things he's saying, okay, he's getting it from the Salaf in a sense, but the way he's putting it together and he's adding it all together, and he has a shin.
The day when the shin shall be laid bare, in according to a hadith in Bukhari, this.
And you know what make it more funny? They say it's a shin, and they try to fix it. They say, well, the shin is not like yours. Who cares? It's a shin. Allah described it as a shin. That means it's a shin. So when you regard Allah, he used the Arabic word and he says shin. Does he mean finger? And when he say finger, he mean nose? Do you see the stupidity? Why Allah he call it shin if it's not shin? Why Allah call it finger if it's not a finger? Why Allah he call it foot if it's not foot? Why Allah call it hand if it's not a hand? So they are fighting against each other, and they claim that Christianity is confusing. Even some Christian, they don't accept the Bible nowadays no more. Liar. You will not find a single Christian saying, oh, you know, Jesus was not coming in the flesh of a man. You will not find a single Christian saying he was crucified, or he is not Son of God, or you don't believe in Trinity. The second you do that, you are not Christian. Here, you Muslim cannot even know the nature of Allah. They keep talking about Allah, against Allah nature. It's against His Majesty. Okay, what Allah nature do you know? When those stupid, they mention Allah nature, can they even tell us what is the nature of Allah? So now, Ali Dawah, she said, anything that is inside His creation cannot be by God. If this is the true, then Allah's hand is not created by Allah. Is Allah inside His hand or outside His hand? If Allah cannot be inside His creation, then the hand which is inside is not His creation. But then the same dumb stupid idiot, he go and make a video, they got him busted in the speaker corner, and he claimed that the Muslim dominate by logic in the speaker corner, and he speak the opposite. Totally the opposite. Ali Dawah, debunk Ali Dawah. And when they speak about logic, when they ask you why you want logic. What's wrong with you? You want me to be like Shaitan?
Explain it to me logically, or, you know, I'm going to start doubting things. This is exactly why Shaitan fell into disbelief. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told him to do something, bow down to Adam, he couldn't comprehend logically why he had to do that when he feels like he's better than him. The problem is this: taking the aql over the naql.
Taking the aql over the naql. This guy don't speak Arabic, by the way, but he knows two Arabic words, so he put them together. taking the aql over the naql. What does that mean? Taking your brain, like considering your brain thinking, over the copy paste. Can you believe it? He is saying to the Muslims, don't use your brain, take the copy. Naql mean what we receive from, not what you are thinking. Don't think. But in his video, debunking Christianity, he speak about logic. Is not logical. Christianity is not logical.
No, let me pray Jesus today, not today.
Answer this question. Who dominates Speaker's Corner?
They say, who do I pray to? The Father? No, let me pray Jesus today, not today. Holy Spirit. Who do I pray to?
Not logical. My friend. Ali Dawah was speaking about logic. They say, they ask him, they say that, by the way, those questions written by him, you know, all of this theater, that's two people asking a question, those are three Muslims. But anyway.
Because they are dependent. And anything that's dependent cannot be deserving of worship.
If they are dependent, they cannot be reserved in the worship. Okay, is Allah dependent in Muhammad, or he can establish Islam without Muhammad? Any Muslim can answer? Can Islam be established without Muhammad? Is Muhammad dependent on Jibreel, and Jibreel depend on Allah? And Allah depend in Jibreel, and Jibreel depend in Muhammad, and Allah depend in Muhammad. In Christianity, we don't have such a thing. The Messiah says, I work and my Father work. And if it's impossible for God to be one and three in the same time, then he is not God. When we ask the Muhammadan how Jesus and why he don't have a father, they say it's a sign from Allah. Sign from what? Sign that Jesus is a miracle himself. Not only he does miracle, he is the miracle. Where was the Messiah before he come to this earth? The Quran says he was the word of Allah sent down to Mary. So the Messiah was the word of God. He was not a human in earth. He was exist, as Jesus said, before Abraham I am. When Jesus said, I was with you, Father, before the whole world, Muhammad, he tried to copy him. And he claimed that he was a messenger when Adam was not even created. You will find tons of evidence that Muhammad trying to copy Jesus. How Muhammad he claimed that he was a prophet while Adam is not even created. Is that possible? Before we change this hadith here about the shape of Allah, this is Al-Bukhari 6573. Give me a second, trying to find the hadith here in English. Anyway, it exists in Musnad Ahmed. Maybe we'll not find it here in this website, but it exists in Musnad Ahmed that Muhammad he claimed that I was a prophet when and this is even in the book of Ibn Taymiyyah. He claimed actually there is a web page have all the reference that Muhammad was exist and everything created in the heaven and the earth for the sake of Muhammad, even the chair of Allah. Can you believe it? Muhammad, he claimed that he is the reason of every creation in earth and heaven. This stupid website have a chat request. Let me choose a different website. Is Allah dependent in Muhammad in everything? Yes. For everything created because of Muhammad. If not Muhammad, nothing is created. This one is not clear too. Let us show a different one. Hold on, give me a second. Maybe this one is better. All right. Advertising again, but this one will work. Let me post the link for you guys so you can read it from your side and see how the Muhammadan, they claim that Allah, he depend in Muhammad and everything because he did not create anything except for the sake of Muhammad. But the Quran says Allah created everything for the sake of worship, to worship him, human and genie. Hadith: if not you Muhammad, nothing was created. A Muslim asking the sheikhs, is this is true? The answer, absolutely true. Absolutely. If not the Prophet, Adam, heaven, sky, earth, the chair of Allah, never was created. Read and laugh. The answer, indeed. The messenger of Allah, Allah pray on him and salute him. Allah, he pray on Muhammad and salute Muhammad. Allah, he pray. As Mimi Hijab, he says, Allah, he pray for, not to. Is the reason for the creation of Adam, peace upon him, and the universe. If the Prophet of Allah, Allah pray on him and salute him, was not in existence, then the chair of Allah, the throne of Allah, the tablet of Allah, the pen of Allah, the skies, the earth, the heaven, the hell, and the trees and the stones and all other creatures would not exist. So what is the existence of Allah depend on? Depend on Muhammad. Because Allah is created for the sake of Muhammad. Muhammad is the God. Muhammad is the God. What is the job of Allah? To create things for Muhammad. It's in the front of your eyes. Now, I'm going to stop here with the answering this guy. There's one of you asking me, there is a Muslim who want to talk to me. Hey guys, how many of you promise me to take this video and cut it pieces to make it short? Like, show the cheese in it. Give me one, please, if you want to do that. Because in order to make it more active, let us say more usable, we have to make it shorter. Who wanna make it shorter? Like make it, let's say 10 minutes. Ethan, you said to me there is somebody wanna talk to me. He's a Muslim, right? What is your name in Skype, my friend? All right. When you do the video, please give me the link in Patreon. I don't open link in usually, but I will just give me the title of your video and give me the link. I will not open link, but I will search the title as you give me. All right. Ethan, are you there? What is your name in Skype? He said he have his friend, he's a Muslim, I talk to me. What's your name in Skype, my friend? Tell me the name you are using. I have 1,000 texts from people there. It will be hard for me to find which one is you. Oh, okay. Both Sheikh are here. Can I call? Okay, this is now. Oh, this is from yesterday. This guy is calling me. This is a different one. Oh boy. He went away. It's all right. No problem. Anyway, then we have, we can close with this. But do you see how those people, they destroy themselves? The cheese of what happened today. That Ali Dawah, he confirmed that you have to be logical. And he confirmed that you should not be logical because this is satanic. Ali Dawah confirmed that God cannot be inside his creation. And Ali Dawah confirmed that Allah is inside his creation. In other words, Ali Dawah confirmed that Allah cannot be God. Ali Dawah confirmed that Gog and Magog does not make sense. Same as all the stories in the Quran. And the funny is, those people, they claim about witnessing Jesus. Who was witnessing Jesus? Was Muhammad from the ones who witnessed Jesus? If you don't accept anyone except the one who witnessed Jesus, and yes, the disciple, they witnessed Jesus, and we show the reference from your books, how you accept someone who came 600 years after Jesus? He don't speak his language. He never even know what his name. Isa, who's Isa? We do not know. He called his book Injil, yet the Quran says that Muhammad, according to Muhammad, Allah, he sent the Injil to the Israel, but Injil is a Greek word. The Messiah have a 12 disciple, he sent to around the world, and the Muslim books witness for that. But they say that the Messiah was only sent only to the children of Israel. And only Muhammad was sent to the whole world. A potato speaking about logic. The second we ask him about the hand of Allah, the foot of Allah, they go crazy, they go nuts, they start dancing like monkeys. The second you ask them about mistakes in the Quran, they say, why you want to be it, the Quran is above. Quran is above. Above what? Above science. Hello? Yes, my friend, you are live on air. You are a Muslim? This is Fakira. She is having Aisha orgasm. Stupid. I feel sorry for your mother, man. All right. Okay, hold on. Hello? Hello? Wa alaikum assalam. Go ahead.
How are you?
I'm fine. Who's talking?
Idris, Ahmed.
Idris?
Yes.
Are you changing your voice?
Changing my voice.
Okay, where are you from, my friend?
Sudan.
From Sudan. Okay, what do you want to say to us? Are you a Muslim?
Yes.
Okay, how you prove to me that you're a Muslim?
I believe in Allah and all the messengers.
Which messengers?
From Adam to Muhammad.
Okay. Adam was a messenger?
Yeah, he was a prophet
He was sent to who?
to his children.
Okay, but when he was sent, he was without children.
Yeah, but he had children.
Ah, okay. So Allah, he sent messenger to his children, children of Adam. What he told them?
To be righteous.
Oh, where it says that? Can you show me the book of Adam?
Allah made a covenant in chapter 7, verse 172 with all of us. He sent
Fakira, why
messengers.
you are changing your voice?
Who?
Fakira, why you are changing your voice?
Fakira.
Yeah, ultimate fault. Why you are changing your voice?
Ultimate fault. What are you talking about?
You do not know yourself now?
Ultimate fault in your way?
Okay. So Allah, he gave what? He gave the Quran he gave Quran to Adam in what chapter?
Quran.
What he gave him? You said to me he gave him scriptures.
I never said laws are necessarily scriptures.
Ah, he gave him law. Ah, okay. Well, you know what? I want to ask you, is it the first one who decided to do blood sacrifice was Adam or Prophet Muhammad or Abraham?
Blood sacrifice.
Yeah?
Abraham thought that was...
Listen carefully. Which one first? You can search on Google. Which one first he practiced blood sacrifice in Islam? Adam,
What?
Abraham, or Muhammad?
No, Abraham never did.
Abraham, he never did?
No, he thought he was going to do. He never did.
Ah, so who did sacrifice?
What do you mean?
I want you to focus with me. I don't care now if Adam, we will go back to Abraham if he did or not. Was it Adam or Abraham or Muhammad?
I said there was no blood sacrifice.
What?
He didn't kill his son, did he?
This is not the question. Who did the blood sacrifice? Adam,
Nobody.
Adam, Abraham, Muhammad.
Nobody.
Fakira, why you are doing that yourself? People will laugh at you again. Okay, hold on. So if we go right now to the Quran, we will find that nobody, you are sure, right?
Me 1000%, because you think Jesus died for his
Okay,
sins.
okay, Fakira, I want you, okay, Fakira, listen, okay, here we go. This is the Quran, chapter 5, verse number 27.
Really?
Really, yeah, really. I mean, why you call me to embarrass yourself? You change your voice. I mean, how many times I gave you a shower? How many times I made you the joke of everybody? And yet you keep calling me. And each time you call me, you say the F word. So now, are you going to apologize for being a donkey, ultimate fart?
Are you going to run?
Who is the one who's running, you coward? You said none of them, right? Everybody is laughing at you. You are a coward. You are a fraud. You are a donkey. Everybody laughing at you. None. Not Abraham. He did not sacrifice his son. You stupid idiot. Isn't it Allah who sent the sacrifice? And hold on, shut up. Did you say right now that none of them did sacrifice? Here we go. This is the Quran, chapter 5, verse number 27. Says that Allah speaking that Adam, he asked him to tell his children to give sacrifice, and they did. The first one who did the blood sacrifice was Adam's children, according to the advice of Adam.
Blood. Show me blood in the...
Show me blood. Son of Muta, don't call me again. You are no match. The person who said the F word to his prophet, I am done with you. Do you see why I don't talk to you? You are just a stupid joker. Show me blood. Can you show me blood? If you can show me blood. So it says sacrifice. Do you sacrifice a potato? You are running away from me. You remind me of Monkey Box, you know? What's his name? Nader Ahmed. Christian Prince, stop running away from me. Because with my Monkey Box, you are not even the monkey between my legs. Come on, just go. For the sake of, for your health, go. This is what they do to themselves. Show me the blood. Let us go and show him the blood. Show me the blood. He changed his voice, speaking like a girl. I mean, stupid idiot. Abraham, he did not sacrifice anything. No, Allah sent down a lamb, and Abraham, he slaughtered it, you stupid donkey. Donkey monkey. How will you do? Shame on Muhammad, shame on you. This, show me the blood. Can you show me your blood? If you can show me your blood, I can. This is the Islamic, why you don't call Ali Dawah so we can laugh at you both? So Cain gave some green crops, and it was accepted from the one, namely Abel, which he gave what? He gave a lamb. And it was Allah, he sent the fire from the sky, consumed the lamb, the sheep. Show me the blood where it says that, Here you see your size, how stupid you are. Abel case, it was a ram. The sacrifice of Abel was ram. The other guy, he gave a green crops, zucchini. This is why it's called Qurban. Qurban is not a word you use to potatoes. You don't sacrifice potato, you idiot. Show me the blood. So the first one who they sacrifice in Islam is Adam. And what is the problem? The two brothers, they were fighting over their sister because one of them, she have a cross eyes. And both of them, they don't want to marry the one who have a cross eyes. So they are fighting about the one who have only nice eyes. Do you see it? Don't call me again. You're an embarrassment. And Abraham, he did not sacrifice. Are you sure? That's deep. That's so deep, man. What the heck? Guys, Abraham did not sacrifice. Yeah, somehow actually he's right. It's Allah who sacrificed, but still, Abraham is the one who killed it. Here we go. This is your stupid Quran. Chapter 37, verse 107. And the one who was, by the way, put to be in death, it was Isaac, not as the stupid Mohammedan who say it is Ishmael, because even your book says it was Isaac. We ransom him with a great sacrifice. Translation here says victim. What victim? Change the translator. Victim. Victim? Victim. What a stupid religion. I mean, those people, when they translate their book, they see that the decency. Look, we changed the translator only. We did not change the book. And we ransom him with a great sacrifice. So the sacrifice happened. Who did the sacrifice? Did Allah chop the head of the ram? No, it was Abraham. So Allah, he replaced Isaac with a ram. And this is a story stolen from the Bible. They ask me, Ali Dawah, the Christian, they say that Muhammad, he stole stories from the Bible. Brothers and sisters, this is absolutely not true. How we can steal stories from corrupt books? And you will notice right away, speaking about the sacrifice of Abraham, right away the name of Isaac appear, not Ishmael. And then you go and read the interpretation, and you will see their stupid book says, their stupid book, not my books, it says this is Isaac. Actually, there's a Mohammedan. He called me once. He's an Arab. I don't know if any of you remember the video. I forgot the name, the title. Maybe you can find it. This guy, the whole topic was about Isaac and Ishaq. And when I showed him the reference from in the front of his eyes, he could not believe it. All his life believed that it was Ishmael. It turned to be Isaac. In their books. Very shameful people. By the way, Ultimate Fault remind me, Ali Dawah, he says all Muslims they agreed about the Quran. You don't, you liar. There's tons of Quran you don't agree about, and there's many versions of the Quran. Even your prophet, he says we sent the Quran. He gave him the Quran in 7 letters. Where are they? Potato. This is the official government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Who? The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This is the same chapter we are reading about. Read with me, and I will use Google Translation. وقوله وفديناه بذبح عظيم وفدينا إسحاق بذبح عظيم. We sacrifice, we ransom Isaac. Who? Isaac. Am I saying that? Read the translation. This is the official government website of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. From the beginning, and we ransom Isaac with a great slaughter. Do you see it? And this is the link. You can open it in Google Translation, Google browser, so you can translate. So even there is stupid books against what they say to us in their videos. In their video, they say to us, the sheikhs, they say to you, oh, that was Ishmael. The whole point of Ishmael, by the way, is to make Muhammad a prophet, because they claim that Muhammad is descendant from Ishmael. And you will see many dummy Christians who they are supposedly priests, they repeat the same stupid mistake. They say, Muhammad, the Arab are from Ishmael. That's absolutely false. The Bible is so clear. The Bible says in the Old Testament that the mother of Ishmael took her son and married him to an Egyptian woman. So the father is an Aramaic. The mother is an Egyptian. Egyptians are not Arab. At least at that time. They are just a pure African. The Arab did not invade yet. So the father is Aramaic from Iraq. The mother is Egyptian. She took her son Ishmael to marry from Egyptian women. And they lived in Egypt. And the son is an Arab. And he is the father of the Arab. But the Arab will exist before the existence of Ishmael. So in order to make Muhammad a prophet, they have to connect him to Abraham. They have to find a reason to make him connected to Abraham. So when those dummy priests, they say that Muhammad is from Ishmael, that's because they are dummy and uneducated. They don't know even the Bible. And here you need to ask yourself a question. Why Abraham is going to sacrifice Isaac, not Ishmael? Ishmael, his older son. That's a good question, right? Ishmael is the oldest. Why Isaac? Isaac is symbolic of what will come after, of the children of Israel. Not Ishmael. And God, he ransomed Isaac. With what? The Quran says that Allah, he sent down dhabhun azim, which means azim is one of the names of Allah. It turned to be that the first one who slaughter and the first one who do sacrifice, it was Allah and Abraham. Allah himself sacrifice, and Abraham is slaughter. But before that, Adam's sons, they sacrifice in order to find which girl they want to sleep with. But here you need to ask yourself a very simple question. Why even Allah giving a sacrifice from heaven? When the Quran says that Allah, He sent down a great sacrifice, isn't it the Quran trying to copy the story of Christianity and Judaism? But by doing that, the founder, the author of the Quran, he made a big mistake, because why Allah himself, he have to give a sacrifice? Sacrificing to who? Remember those Muhammadan, they said, well, God is one. God is one. And they say to you, well, are you saying to me that Jesus, God, he decide, so God decide to kill God, so God can forgive us? That's what they say. Is that your logic? God killed God? Well, in Christianity, we don't believe that God killed God, you liar. Isn't your Quran says that وَمَا صَلَبُوهُ, the Jews, they said, we killed the Messiah, the Jews. It's not God. He did not call them and says, kill me. He knew what they will do. So the first assumption is a lie. The second, why God need to send God to forgive your sin? Who said he need to? For God, he loved the world. He sent his only begotten son. For he loved, not because he need to. He don't need to. Here, did Allah send the sacrifice to Allah or to someone else? Who is a Muslim want to answer me? The only one is trying to call is Fakira, because now she is very upset and she is horny after we get her busted in 2 seconds. Allah sent sacrifice to who? Allah sent sacrifice to Allah. Any Muslim? The funny is the Muhammadan, they claim that Islam is against bloodshed. They say Christianity is a pagan religion. They believe in bloodshed and forgiveness. But this is their religion. And they have the biggest occasion. It's called Al-Adha, the sacrifice. And they slaughter millions of animals. Actually, both of them, they are Adha. Because even the one after Ramadan, or the one, the famous one for sacrificing, both of them, they sacrifice animal. Both of them. Do we have any brave Muhammadan? And again, this is At-Tabari. This is At-Tabari. And this is the official government website of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This is not our book. Fakira, why you are calling again? Fakira, why you are calling again? Silly, stupid. I mean, you know, are you a transgender? Why you are making your voice like a girl? Hello, Fakira? Hey, you're not a man. Anyway, do we have any Muhammadan? Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. We did wipe the floor with your Lili Dawah and his logic. It turned to be Allah cannot be inside his creation. Then we find that Allah is inside his creation. It turned to be we should be logical. Trinity does not make logic, does not make sense. It turned to be that you should not have be logical in Islam. It turned to be that Allah cannot have body like us. It turned to be that Allah have body like us. It turned to be Allah cannot be limited. It turned to be that Allah can be limited. It turned to be Allah have 5 fingers, but his fingers is not like our fingers. But mean Allah cannot must be God because his finger is not like mine. And more and more and more. We are laughing at you. And this potato, he debunked Christianity in 1 minute. Are you sure? Even the video itself is 7 minutes. Do we have any Muhammadan? No, he is not obsessed. You know, like, you know, when you do gamble and you lose horribly, you want to play more. You know, you need to understand the, you know, the situation here. When you do gambling, you go to the casino. You are stupid. You decide to gamble. You think you can win. You think the casino will lose. So you go This is all you're saving because you are stupid. You decide to gamble. You lose all your money. And then what do you do? Because now you lost all your money. You want to play again so you can get your money back. I have a... by the way, one of you, he said to me that this potato, ultimate fort, he said to David Wood, Christian Prince, he said that Injil is an Arabic word. You're a liar, son of Muta. What I said, in Arabic we use the word Injil, but it's not Arabic. When we speak in the street, when we speak about the book, we call it Injil. Why? Because this is the original name, which we knew, but it's not Arabic. So this guy, he go to David Wood, and I don't know even why David Wood will allow him to be in his channel. This is a scumbag, low class. Will lower the value of your channel. Very filthy. His mouth is very filthy. I mean, the guy who opened the camera and I saw the wall behind him. Honest to God, the wall behind him, even a cockroach will not walk in it. So dirty, so disgusting. Anyway, so Injil is not an Arabic word. In Arabic now we say phone, telephone. Is telephone is an Arabic word? No. French. iPad is an Arabic word. Those, because they are foreign words, we use them as they are. We don't have a replacement for the word. So the stupid Allah, Aka Muhammad, he took the word Injil and he used it as the word as it is. Allah, he sent down the Injil. But in order to do that, that means you have to admit that the Messiah was not sent only to the children of Israel, as you claim, Muslims. Because if the word is Injil is the name of the book, that means the book is a Greek book. Have you ever heard of a book, the name outside in German and the inside is Hebrew? Yeah, so if any one of you speak to David Wood, tell him what I said so they can get him busted. I need your help. Okay, I don't know if this is a fake person or not. Hello? Are you a Muslim?
No.
What do you think about Muhammad?
He's a filthy rat.
Okay.
Now, so there's this guy.
Yeah.
He's thinking about converting to Islam.
All right.
And he's a Christian, and I kind of want you to talk to him.
Okay. He's next to you?
Oh no. I'm gonna add him. I'm gonna if you check my messages, I'm gonna show you a Skype user. Like once he sends it to me, he's about to
I don't read messages or I don't open images in my Skype, so just add him here. He can talk to me.
Right. I just said, what's your Skype? And he saw my message, so hopefully he... I can mute, you can keep talking if you want, or if you can leave. If
okay, do this.
Talks.
Call him, let you know, and when you are ready, text me back, I will call you. All right?
All right.
Or you can call me.
Yeah.
All right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. And you will notice that all those people, they line up to speak to certain people, like who? Opposite prophet. But this potato will never dare, neither him or Muhammad Hijab, to have 1 hour conversation. You ask, I ask. Did you notice? They don't even dare. And then opposite prophet, he been asked, can you recite the Quran? Can you recite for me this verse? Opposite prophet says, why I need to recite it? He said, ha, 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 ha. You know, oh, what kind of a Muslim you are. But every Muslim do not. I want me, Ali Dawah, peace be upon her, to call me and I will ask, I want you to prepare to have all the Quran in his screen. And I will ask him to recite the Quran for me, and let us see if he can recite the Quran. Potato. I mean, their challenges is beyond stupidity. Their logic is against logic. When they want, you should not be logical. And by the way, the story of Gog and Magog, as Ali Dawah he admit, it making chaos in the Islamic world. Muslims are leaving Islam by tens of thousands because of the story.
That is exactly our problem, and we be logical. And there's things I agree with also. So the thing is here, it's just I don't want to get into the details and the nitty-gritty. The point I'm trying to make is he also done a video on this matter. The point I'm trying to say, and what I don't understand, is this: why do we have to understand everything in the context where? Why does it always have to be logical? Why does it have to be something where we're like, oh, explain it to me logically, or you know, I'm going to start doubting things? This is exactly why Shaitan fell into disbelief.
But when they speak to you about the Trinity, he says, explain to me the Trinity logically. But when you ask them about the logic in the religion, this is from Shaitan. Shaitan is making you think about logic. That because they are potato, they are hypocrite, they are double standard, and they are not even believing in Islam. What he's saying to you, Islam cannot stand any test of logic. If you ask me why God, he is a 3 in 1, I will give you the logic of God, not my logic. You accept, you don't accept. God loved the world, he sent his only begotten son. So the logic is God in heaven, yet he can be in earth. How many times a human being they ask God, show yourself, including atheists, if you exist? Here we go, God. He showed himself. He humbled himself, the Bible says. He humbled himself and he took the image of a man. That's our logic. Allah take the shape of an image of something you never know before. For what logic? You tell me. And then he come to them and he says, I am Allah. And then you Muslim, you say to him, oh, we seek refuge by Allah against you, which means you consider him Shaitan. What is the logic for that? What is the purpose of this stupid story? Hide and seek? Is it hide and seek? Are you with me, guys? The Messiah, he took the shape of a man so we can see him. He can be between us. Allah, he take a shape for what reason? To see him. But why is it changing his shape? It was a Halloween day. And how we can trust Allah to be Allah anymore? Because if Allah, he changed his shape and he come in other shape as he wish, when he wish, then we cannot trust Allah in anything. Because maybe this is the shape of Allah, the new shape. How we will? What if Shaitan come to us now and says, hey, the Prophet says to you, I come to you in a shape, you refuse me. This is me, Allah. You know what I'm saying? Muhammad is giving a hand to Shaitan now. Because now Shaitan, he can come to you in the shape which you do not know about Allah. And then you will feel guilty because the Prophet, he says, Allah will come to you in a shape other than the one you know. Some hadiths even say the one you saw before, when the Muslims saw Allah before. And as you see, all of this is authentic. This is Al-Bukhari. This is not a joke. This is Al-Bukhari. Sahih Muslim. Sahih. All of this is Sahih. Read this one with me as an example. The shape which they saw first time. Is this hadith is Sahih? It's very authentic. Then the Almighty will come to them in a shape, in a shape, other than which they saw first time. When you Muslim, you saw him first time. The one who says to me, when you dare to debate Ali Dawah, give me his Skype, I will call him right now. Give me her Skype, I will call her right now. Let's see who's debating to. And he will say, I'm your Lord. So now, Shaitan, he can take advantage of this, and he can come to the Muslims and say, I am Allah. Oh, you look like a monkey. Well, didn't you know what the Prophet said? I come to you in the shape other than the one you know. And you will say to me, you are a Shaitan. That's what you are doing exactly now. Look like everybody can clone everybody. Allah clone shapes. Allah, he like Halloween. Hide and seek. Who am I today? Oh Allah, you don't look like Allah at all. You know, the first question came to me when I saw this hadith, which is very authentic, as you see. Let me share the link with you. This is Al-Bukhari, very authentic. Nobody can debunk it. The first question came to my head, why even Allah is doing that? You see, when we speak about God, we are talking about someone extremely wise. Do we agree? Now, we cannot say Allah is wise because the Quran is full of stupid stories. Sunset in murky water, the Muslim tried to fix it, it appeared to him, the sperm become a blood, congealed the blood, hail coming from mountains in heaven, Sulaiman have a flying carpet, the Prophet Sulaiman, he speak to the ant, she is in love with Sulaiman because he have nice legs. Sulaiman, he went to the bathroom and he forgot, he gave his ring to his wife. Then Shaitan, he cloned Sulaiman, he came to the wife, he took the ring, and then he started doing boom boom to the wife of Sulaiman. And Sulaiman, she looked at the penis of her husband, she said like, wow, there's no way this is my husband. My husband, his penis was so small and it does nothing. This guy never stopped. So they report that to the elder. The elder, they asked them, the women after women investigation today, did he F you so good? Oh yeah, never stop. Next one. How good he is in bed. So good. Can you compare him to Sulaiman? No, we cannot even compare. Please don't ask me such a question. He is not even close. Sulaiman, he used to do it only once and he sleep right away. This guy never stopped. He's like a gun machine. Ali Dawah is explaining now. And then the Muhammadan, they speak about logic. But why Allah, he is taking a shape other than the one they knew? I challenge the Muslim to tell me. Why? What is the purpose? Is that a joke? Everybody taking the shape of everybody. The angel Jibreel, he took the shape of the boyfriend of Muhammad, Dahya al-Kalbi. Allah, he cloned Jesus. So now we have two Jesus. We have two Jibreel. And now we have two Allah. One in the original shape, and the other one is the other shape. Jibreel cloned by Shaitan. Shaitan came to Muhammad in the image of Jibreel, and he gave him satanic verses. Everybody cloning everybody. How we can trust anything around us? And the poor you as a human, as a Muslim, now you have to wonder who is in the shape of who, and how we can trust who. Because as you say, everybody clone everybody. In fact, I believe that Muhammad was not Muhammad. Allah, he cloned Muhammad. So now we have two Muhammad. The one the Jewish people killed him by poison. This is not true Muhammad. Allah want to save him because there is no way Allah will save Jesus but will not save Muhammad. So what Allah does, obviously he cloned Muhammad. He makes someone look like Muhammad, have a stomach like Muhammad, speak like Muhammad, have sex like Muhammad, which means he never do any sex, as the hadith says. And that make the Jews think that this is Muhammad. But the truth is, the true Muhammad is in heaven. The one who called me, he said he's a friend. Is he there? Let me know if you're ready, my friend. Do we have any Muhammadan have the courage and the knowledge to stand up and defend his cult? So this potato, he debunked Christianity in 1 minute? What a joke. Any Muhammadan? CB, the 99 names of Allah here is the answer. Ah, okay. Well, none of the names of Allah make any sense. The Muslim, they say that Allah is nothing like him, but then the names of Allah like everybody. As an example, one of the names of Allah is Azim. You know, we are talking about this now. Okay. This goat is Azim too. Do you see it? How we can describe a goat or a lamb or a ram, whatever you want to call it, the same way describe Allah. How we can give a name for a ram or description of a ram the same as we describe Allah, call it Azim. Any Muslim can tell me how? Wadud mean love? Wadud is someone, actually it's very funny because Wadud can't be described for God, because you know Wadud is someone, you know, like let's say, you know, you have a cat, you know, and then the cat wipe her head with your feet, you know. That is what Wadud. Wadud is someone trying his best to get your attention, you know, by being Wadud. So if you go in the Quran, and we look for the verse, I hate it, I'm typing in English. You will notice something very funny. Wadud is something can be given to life. You know, it's coming from the word yatawaddad, which means he tried to please, you know, begging for something. Let us read the translation. They say to you, oh, he's trying to call me. Okay.
Yo, hello?
Yes, my friend, I'm live.
He says he has a bunch of doubts about Christianity. He was on live with a TikTok Muslim. That's what he was doing.
All right. So is he with you now?
I added him. He should.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? His name is William?
Yeah, that's his name.
How are you doing, Mr. William?
Hello.
Sorry, I did not hear you. Can you speak louder?
Hello, can you hear me?
I hear you. So I heard that you were thinking about converting to Islam. Can you tell me why you think Islam is a good thing for you?
Well, so far, I've been talking to some people. I was talking to some people on live, but I've always had this debate, and the Muslims usually bring up some contradictions in the Bible to me.
Okay.
And one of them is, like, the main one is mostly Jesus being like sinning, like lying.
Like how he sinned?
So in John 7 is what they bring up the most.
Okay.
Is saying Jesus said that he would not go to the festival, but then he went to the festival. And then I tried to say that in the Old Testament, in the old manuscripts of John, Jesus said that he will not yet go to the festival.
Yeah.
But they refuted it by bringing the original Greek words that actually said that didn't say like have the word yet inside of it. So
My
it was
friend,
just
first of all, whatever the translation they will bring to you, if I say to you, if I say to you, let us say you are with me now, and I say to you, I'm not going to go online. And then I decide to go online. But you will see that the story of Jesus, this is a festival where Jesus is going to go, because there is many other places explain that Jesus really, he decided to go so people will not know, they will not, because the Jews, they want to kill him. The Jews are waiting for Jesus. So Jesus is not lying. Jesus, I can say now, well, maybe he changed his mind. I can say, well, he knew that he, he will go, but he told the disciple, I'm not going to go. And that will be, as you said, it's a lie, because he is saying to them, I'm not going to go. But then he go, right? But in order to understand what happened, the best way is to have an idea why and how and what he said. So Christians don't believe that Jesus did lie to the disciple, because Jesus never lied, and this is absolutely true. Same time, Jesus, when he went to that temple, what he did?
When he went to the temple.
Yeah.
Well, it says did he say his time was not yet to come?
Okay. And?
So that's all I know of so far.
Yeah. Well, I will use just a sentence you just told me. There's a time for Jesus to come, and there's a time for Jesus not to come yet. So when Jesus, he decide when and how, that is his decision. So as an example, if the God of Islam, he said, in the Quran, they are asking him for a miracle.
Yeah.
And the Quran said, Allah said, wait, and I am waiting. Wait, and I am waiting. If I ask the Muslims, Allah is waiting for what? They will give you a million explanation. Is it possible that God, he wait for himself to do miracle?
That's true.
Yeah. But the Muslim, they will give you a miracle. In chapter 6, verse number 158, it says, they are asking Allah, and I will go back to the Bible, by the way, but just to show you how they are hypocrite. Don't they see how they are waiting for the angels to bring miracles or to bring something, why want to bring people miracles will not benefit them in anything, and the Muslim, they add things in the translation which is not there. But that is not an answer from God to say, wait, and I am waiting with you, because if Muhammad, he was given the Quran already, that is a miracle according to Muslims. So why he's asking them to wait for the miracle? Same time, we go to different verse. Let us see different verses, because we have tons of them. Chapter 10, this is more clear. Chapter 10, verse number 20, because the first one, they might say to you, oh, this is not what it meant. Chapter 10, verse number 20. They say, how come not a sign sent down to him from his Lord, which means Muhammad never have a miracle. Say, the unseen belong to Allah alone. So wait, you, verily I am with you among those who wait. See, but the translation is false, by the way, because it says, wait, and I am waiting. So we go back to the story of Jesus. There's time for Jesus to come, and there's time for Jesus not to do things. So I can say Jesus, he decided not to go in certain point, and then Jesus, he changed his mind. That will not make him a liar. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true.
If I say to you, I'm not going to answer your question, and then you can, talking, and then I answer you, does that make me a liar? Okay.
So
No.
that's a very weak argument that they were making anyway. So is there any other
No. In the same time, if Jesus is a liar, then why the Quran describe him to be holy in chapter 19, verse number 19? The only one described in the Quran to be holy is the Messiah. Muhammad is not holy. And you mentioned to me the word sin, right? You said to me, Jesus is sinner, and that what that will do? Will make him not God, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that means the opposite is God. The opposite was what? Is holiness.
Yeah.
Do I agree?
Yes.
Okay. If we go in the Quran to chapter 19, I'm not going to use my translation. I will use their own translation. And let me see which translation is on the screen. Let us go to any Yusuf Ali. 1919, I don't know if you can see my screen. It says, he said, nay, I am only a messenger from the Lord to announce to you the gift of a holy son. So is it possible that someone is coming from heaven to be sinner?
No, it's not possible.
That is Jesus. Where Muhammad is coming from? He's coming from earth. The Quran confirm, not me. The Quran confirm that Muhammad is a sinner man, to the point even the Quran says, may Allah forgive. Allah, he said, may Allah forgive your sin, Muhammad. And by the way, I would love if you ask those who they are speaking to you about Jesus if they dare to join us right now. What do you think?
I would actually do that.
Okay.
I mean,
I'll follow them.
I feel like they wouldn't, because earlier they were like, all the Arabic Christians will just mute them because they'll refute everything. So they said that they joined Rob Christian and they got banned right away because they were too good.
No,
so,
I'm not going to ban them because they are so good. Here we go. So in the Quran, in chapter 48, verse number 2, it says Allah, and Muslim lie in translation saying, may Allah forget your fault. If we change the translator, we will find the Quran saying, may Allah forgive your sin, Muhammad.
Yes.
So the Quran confirmed that Jesus is from heaven and he is not a sinner, and Muhammad is a sinner. In fact, Muhammad, he said, every son of an Adam is a sinner. Every what? Every son of an Adam. That explains why Jesus is not from the sons of Adam. He is not. His father is not a man. Even in Islam, correct?
Okay, so oh wow.
Are you texting those guys? That would be fun. Just bring them. Let's have fun.
They said they are asking who right now.
Don't tell them a Christian prince. Don't tell them a Christian prince. They will not come. Don't tell them a Christian prince. Tell them I'm speaking to a Christian. Join us.
Yeah. No, you used to say David Wood and they might join. Maybe no, they actually won't join if it's David Wood. Never mind. They'll definitely not join.
Right now he's not. Hold on. He's saying, hold on, brother. He said, hold on, brother.
He also, I talked to this guy before also, he also brought up, he said, can God change his mind? And then he showed me a verse where it says God regretted. And then he said, that's God changing his mind.
Well, God did not regret his decision. He felt sorry for Adam for what he did to himself. That's all. In the same time, didn't Allah, he regret his decisions? All the decisions of Allah, he regret them. Not in the meaning of feeling sorry for you. As an example, if we are trying to say that if God, he regret a decision, and then that's mean he does not know the future, maybe. All the verses of the Quran is about Allah regretting what he did. Because, as an example, Allah, he trusted the Jews in the protection of the Quran, of the Torah.
Yo,
So I have a question.
No, invite them. Can you invite them? Are you texting them?
I'm texting Zane right now, and he said that he's still in the live, that he's still talking with them.
Oh my God, they're definitely gonna mute him, bro, if he joins. So he can't.
Tell them it's important. It's important. You know, I want you to bust this guy. Don't tell him Christian Prince, please.
already
Okay, I
tell
have a
Christian
question.
Prince because they're definitely
Should
no
I
Christian
just say,
princes.
it's just a Christian that would like to talk to
Yeah,
me?
I don't want you to lie. In the same time, just tell them there's a guy try to convince me Islam is bad and sound like, I agree with him a few things. Can you refute him? Join us, please.
Yeah.
Huh.
What happens if we add them to the call and they instantly leave or something? What happens then?
Well, they can call, and they will join, no problem.
All right, all right.
Let us see how good they are.
Yo, William, you there, bro?
Yes.
I
I'm
tried
just
to
waiting
message
for him.
this guy. He does not like. He does not want to respond to me because I said Muhammad's a clown, and then he cursed my whole bloodline. And I said my bloodline is Muslim, so you just curse your own. You just curse.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, take it easy.
So I should say on Skype. Join on Skype. I said join on Skype.
I know. I don't know.
Should I give him? How should I?
Give him your account in Skype. He will, and you call him. He will be joining us.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's ignoring or.
We blew into through an angel, which is Jibreel.
Yeah, he's. Okay, so he's the only one muted. I think he sees me texting him. He's not answering.
Yeah. All right.
He's also said they were also saying, and they were giving. I didn't know if it was right or wrong, so I couldn't refute it. But they were also giving a lot of scriptures in King James that were apparently King James was lying a lot in the translations.
Well, that's a good thing to give you, my friend. If they are lying, that's mean they knew the original.
Yeah.
Do they have the original?
They said they gave me the original. They said the original many times.
The original in which language?
In Greek.
And they speak a Greek?
That's what I was trying to tell them, but they said that it shows.
So I just showed you actually in the screen here that every Muslim translation is different from the other translation. Every single Muslim translation, let us say for the sake of argument, translation in King James have some whatever, At the end of the day, it's translation. None of us will consider the book as a translation as the original. The original is still the original. However, they just admitted that we Christian, we have the original. They Muslim, they don't have the original because not a single copy of the Quran exists. What they have today is reciting of a guy, his name is Hafs. Hafs came after Muhammad 200 years. And they don't have even the book of Hafs. They have recitation. They claim that they memorize recitation from Hafs, not the book of Hafs. But if we go by their logic, that means every single Muslim translation is a lie because none of them agree with the original.
Yeah, he's off of his.
He's off of his live.
Yeah.
His what?
He should see this.
Live. That's what he does every day.
I was really getting confused.
What else did he say?
Okay, tell me first. Okay, maybe we can get him. Some other time. Maybe he's now busy with one of his 4 wives washing dishes. But let me ask you, what do you think about Muhammad? What like if you want to convert to Islam, that means they give you some reason to think of Muhammad good. What is that?
Yes.
Like
So
what?
he said that Mohammed was the like his holy messenger or something like that. That's what Zayn told me. And then what's his name? The host himself. The host himself said that Jesus said that there will be another person after him.
Mhm.
So before Jesus goes, there will be another person after him, which is Muhammad.
Okay. Well, you know, if Jesus he want to send Muhammad, and then Muhammad he go after 6 years old child to have sex with her, that means Jesus he sent a child molester, and you know that that will never happen.
And yes.
Isn't it Jesus he said it's better for you to put a milestone in your neck and throw yourself in the deep ocean before you do such an act to harm the little ones? So Muhammad he harmed the little ones, and Jesus condemned already those who harmed the little ones.
Someone said this in the live, and then they said something. They said something back. I forgot what it was.
Same time.
I hope Zayn comes in.
Okay? Remember it in the Quran. The verse he's talking about, chapter 61, verse number 6. It says that Isa he said that there is a messenger will come after me. His name is Ahmed. So what is the name of their prophet? Ahmed or Muhammad?
Muhammad.
So why his name is Ahmed now? They will say to you, oh, he have many names.
Oh.
Why his name is Ahmed? If Isa he said the one will come after me, his name is Ahmed, that means this is the name his mother will call him with. Did the mother of Muhammad call him Muhammad or Ahmed? They are totally different names. They have different pronunciation. Which one? Same time. As long as Isa he said there's a messenger will come after me, this person, he will confirm what is between my hands from the Torah. Ask the Muhammadan, do you confirm the Torah? The same verse they are giving you, it says that this person Ahmed, he is going to confirm the Torah. He will not deny it. He will accept it. When Muhammad he came, according to those Muslims who are speaking to you, did he confirm the Torah?
No.
Well, I can show that Muhammad he confirmed the Torah, but I can show that Muhammadan don't confirm the Torah because they are hypocrite.
Yeah.
So the same verse actually is proving that Islam is fraud, because what's up with this guy? He have Ahmad, Muhammad, Mustafa. Who is he? And his real name is what? And Muhammad, do you know what Muhammad mean?
No.
The praised one.
The praised one.
Isn't it the Muslim they say to you they believe in the oneness of Allah?
Yeah.
Okay. If Allah is the one God, how Muhammad is the praised one?
Yes. Yeah. That's true.
The praised one is God. We should not praise anyone beside God. Like if I want to speak to you, I say praise God for you, correct?
Yeah.
I don't say praise you.
Yes.
Yeah. So is that guy gonna join? Did he say anything?
He's not. I think he's purposely not going to join. He's not responding.
Maybe somebody is watching, so he knew.
I said, can you please?
If there is other person, if there is other person from those who spoke to you, not only necessarily him.
Another person. I think I can get Issa if he might.
You mean the girl? The girl?
No. The other man. Issa is the one with 12,000 followers. I don't think he will join though.
Hmm.
Let's see.
I'm pretty sure they made a video on Christian Prince, so I'm gonna check.
Yeah. Anyway, I will give you a few minutes to find him. You know, you can stay online. I'm going just to go and heat my coffee. It's cold, and I will be back in 2 minutes. All right? Okay. Sorry guys, just give me a little bit of time. My coffee I made the coffee before I start actually, and I forgot to drink it.
So this argument, you said that it was always a weak argument of them saying that Jesus lied.
That what? It's a
That
weak
Jesus
argument that,
lied.
yeah, it's also a weak argument to say Jesus wasn't crucified also.
Yeah, they said so. Oh, yeah, I have to ask him about the crucifixion.
Oh
So
yeah.
they said that he wasn't crucified, saying that it was like a complete lie. It's not true because if he was crucified, then he can't be the Messiah because it
Oh,
doesn't make
what?
sense for them.
How
They
does that
said
not make
that
sense?
so because I forgot exactly. I don't want to misquote him, but he said that the Messiah cannot die, cannot lose because he was sent by God. Apparently, that's what they said. So that means if the Messiah lost, then that means God lost.
If the no, that's not true. There's all right. There's literally prophecies of the Messiah in the Bible, and it's here. I'll pull it up. Hang on. All right.
Yeah.
Hold on. Trying to find something trying to find something good because there's 1,000 people watching. So. All right, so I'm gonna give the way they wrote the Bible is like how Jews interpret it, right?
Yeah.
So they wrote it for Jews to interpret it. So the way Jews would interpret it is from foreshadowing, and there was like foreshadowing, and there's also different ways. I didn't remember the exact word for it, but I'm bad at explaining. Christian Prince can come back in a minute, but so all right, I'm gonna wait. Hang on. All right, so Matthew right here. Look, you can see right here. So do you know what the Son of Man is? Did they ever ask you about that?
Son of Man.
Yeah.
They said, how can he be the Son of God and the Son of Man? So
I
they
think
said
they
that.
understand that term. They're retarded. Have they not read Daniel 7? The Son of Man is supposed to have authority over all the heavens and earth. So if they think that's a man, then they're dumb.
All right, I'm back. Sorry for that. Is this Muslim, coming?
Yeah, he's not answering me.
Yeah, now all of them, they will disappear.
He's online. Says he's online too. He's definitely seen this.
Hmm.
What did he say? He said he's online.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see if my friend from school who's a Muslim can join. Yeah.
Any Muslim, feel free. The biggest of them, the better. The longer the beard, the better the wiping the floor will be.
Oh, wait. So what did? Ask Christian Prince also. You said that they said the crucifixion. There's no evidence for it.
Oh yeah. So for the crucifixion, they said to me, and I didn't know how to rebuttal this, but they said to me that the crucifixion didn't happen. Like I don't know where they got this from, so I couldn't speak on it.
Well,
But
I will wait a little bit if you can get them, any of them, so they can say whatever they say to you, and you will hear and you will cry laughing.
Oh, yeah, I actually want. Yeah, I'm gonna text him again. Actually, I'm gonna force him to come now. 'Cause I'm curious. Who else?
I don't understand.
But William, how in the world those people he can fool you? I mean, this religion is a stupid religion.
It's not that they fooled. It's just the way they've brought up many. It's mostly the Jesus lying thing that I couldn't get out of my head.
Well,
Because if
okay, so
Jesus lied,
okay, if Jesus is lying, that's mean anything Allah he said. If he did not make it happen or he did the opposite, he is lying. And you know, based on translation, they are the one who said your translation is not accurate, right? So some translation says Jesus says, I'm not going to go up yet. Some translation says there's no yet. So when they want, they accept the translation they like because it fit with their propaganda. When they want, they reject the translation they don't like. And we can go and do the same in the Quran. But all of us, we knew that that cannot make Jesus lying, because even Jesus, he said to his disciple, to the Jews, who of you can show me my sin? Tell me, what is my sin? You know, what is the sin of Jesus? Nothing. The Quran confirmed that he is holy. So the Muslim, they are looking, and this is actually showing you that Islam is satanic, because there is Muslim, they say in one hand that they respect Jesus, and then in the same way, they accept to call Jesus liar. They are not trying to prove to you he's not God, actually. They are trying to prove to you that he's a liar, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if Jesus is a liar, then he is not a prophet anyway.
Listen, this is all you gotta say. When they say Jesus is a liar, I say you just say, if you say Jesus is a liar, you're condemning your prophet. That's all you gotta say.
yeah.
But I will not give the big answers until they join us. Let us see. I will wait a little bit, because I want to show you how we play basketball. Do you like basketball?
Yeah, I love basketball.
I want to show you how we play basketball with their prophet. Let them join.
They mentioned something about no first-hand accounts also.
Sorry?
They mentioned something. Did they say that there was no first-hand accounts of the crucifixion?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So there was no witness.
There is no witness for the crucifixion.
First-hand witness of the crucifixion. So there's just.
So who is the disciple? Who is the disciple? Jesus says to him, "Take care of my mother in the cross." And who are all the Jews there and the Roman? And even the Quran. I will show you the Quran. Quran chapter 4 verse 157 says that the Jews, they said, we killed Jesus. All the Jews, they witness of killing Jesus. And then Allah, he says to them, well, you know what? They killed him not, nor crucified him, but it was made appear to them. So yes, the Quran confirmed the crucifixion of Jesus. Appear to them, that means they are all witnesses. So those stupid ones, they are going against the Quran, where the Quran says that every single person was there, thousands of people, they witnessed the crucifixion of Jesus. But they say that Allah is a liar. You see, remember, they said to you that Jesus cannot be God because he lied, right?
Yeah.
Okay, if you ask them who is the one who was crucified, they will say to you, Allah. He made someone look like Jesus, so he made them think it's Jesus. But isn't this is a lie?
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the issue. I can't join because I can't join the live and tell them to get on because they won't let me on because they hate me.
Please
So
add me.
you can join the live.
Please add me so that I can keep you guys, because I want to make sure this is done, because I want to.
My friend, your friend who invited you here, he can give you my link in YouTube. But if you want to invite those people, I'm letting you know, don't tell them I want you to talk to Christian Prince, because if you do so, they will never ever dare. You know?
Yeah.
I don't want you to lie. You see? Okay. Christianity, the Lord, he says, say yea, yea, or nay, nay. We don't lie. However, if you say to them it's Christian Prince, they will never dare to show up. But let me, let me answer you about the crucifixion. If the Quran saying that the Jews, they said we killed Jesus and Allah made Jesus appear to them, how in the world they say to you, no witnesses? Allah says they appear to them. That means they witness the crucifixion of Jesus. But they are saying to us that Allah, he fake a person, he made him look like Jesus, he made them capture him. That means Allah is a deceiver, liar, fraud. You know, if I give you $1 and then you find out that this dollar is not true dollar, but look like, isn't it, this is a fraud?
Yeah.
This is what Allah he did. Allah, he replaced Jesus by Jesus. And then he made us think Which means, if you think about it, the one who created Christianity is Allah. Because the Christian believe Jesus, he was on the cross. Why? Because the Quran said, Allah, he made them see someone look like Jesus on the cross. How that can be our fault? It's the fault of Allah then. Because if Allah is God supposedly, who can clone better than Allah? Nobody. He is the best cloner. He is he is the Chinese guy who clone everything. iPad, iPhone, whatever phone you want, you will find it in China in 2 seconds. So Allah, he cloned someone look like Jesus. And then I saw this Jesus, I believe in him to be crucified. And then the Muslim, they come to me today, they say, Allah was making fun of you. He made someone look like Jesus. This is not Jesus. I mean, who is the stupid here?
Oh my God. I was actually getting fooled.
Well, I'm glad, my friend, you called me. I want your friend to give you my link in YouTube so you can listen and you can learn. And bring anyone you want. All of them, they are potatoes. Here we smash them and we smash their God. Their God, actually, the verse we just mentioned, proving that Allah to be liar, fraud, Satan. Because if the crucifixion was a fabrication from Allah, that means Christianity is a fabrication from Allah. Because all of Christianity is based on what? Based in Christ.
Yeah.
On the cross. If there's no cross, if there's no Christ on the cross, and who is the one who made Christ look like the cross? Allah.
Yes.
So none of them he wanna come?
Yeah, they are not coming right now. Looks like it.
Well, do you have anything else? Like,
I believe strongly that somebody informed them, as long you are saying they have a big audience, somebody is here from the Muslim community, he told them, don't go, it's a trap.
yeah, his TikTok is Islam is
I
the.
feel like it.
All right, I'm not even gonna say it because I don't want to get him clout.
Yeah.
It's actually, and there was a lot of Muslims against me. Like it was just me up there.
Yeah, I was
So
like
it was
4.
kinda
When you
hard.
go up there, they add all their buddies. I was up there like a few days ago.
Yeah, so it was pretty hard to get, and they kind of talk over me, so it was kind of hard to. I had to like listen to what they said, and they.
My friend, if you want to convert to Islam, I want to tell you Islam is a good religion because first of all, Allah will make your penis endless, which is very nice. You can use it as a oil pipe or antenna, to capture, a TV station from everywhere. And Allah will give you, if you are a child molester, Allah will give you a little of boys who they are naked all the time and they are very white. By the way, are you African?
Yeah, I'm African.
Okay, I love Africa, and they are my brothers and sisters. I want to ask you, what do you think if Muhammad, he says black people will go to hell?
Bro.
There's no way.
What if I show you there is a way?
Then I can never listen to a Muslim again.
Okay,
There's no
but
way.
no, you should listen to them. No, I want you to listen because
No, that's insane.
well, I will let you text them so we can show the reference, and I will give it to you, and people would die laughing at this such a religion.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're actually amazing for doing this.
My friend, the amazing one is the Lord. The Lord, he is the one. But you see, this is what happened if we don't study our scriptures. If we are not strong in faith and we don't have knowledge, anyone can fool us.
Yeah.
That's why the Bible says, be vigilant. You have to be careful because every corner is a deceiver. Every corner. This is the land of deception.
I just it was so you would have to forgive me for not knowing too much, but it was in February that I recently came to Jesus because I was in a dark place. I have sickle cell, so I used to get a lot of pain medicine, and then I got addicted to morphine and drugs, and so I felt very empty inside without drugs. And then one day I cried out to Jesus, and that day I never touch. I can't even touch any drug. I can't touch weed. I can't touch more. I can't touch no drug. I don't lust anymore. I don't do anything. And it literally just happened. And that's why I was so confused today of how it was possible. Like how me somehow getting out of all this, out of all this darkness could be close to a lie. Like it's just
Well, I'm
so
happy that you
I
are
don't
out
want to run away
of
from
drugs,
it.
that's very good.
Yeah.
But there's many kind of drugs in life, not necessarily something we take in our mouth or in our skin or our blood. Islam is one of them. Islam is religion based on drugs, because what is the promise is money, sex, big houses in heaven, a lot of women for sex, little children who they will serve you.
Heaven.
Huh?
You get 72 virgins in heaven.
Yeah, but all of this is drugs, The true God, he will not accept. You see, we are talking about holy, right? Holy. I mean, how you are holy, and then your heaven is a porn station. Yeah, because this is a porn station. Everybody, Muhammad, he says a person, he will have 70 years orgasm. If the orgasm is 70 years, the sex for how long? So you go to Zakir Naik, you knock at his door. Prince, I told you, I'm having sex. I cannot answer you right now. Come to me after 70 years. 70 years after? What kind of a promises? So the promises of the devil is very easy. What the Bible warns us about, infidelity, cheating, breaking the command of God. What the command of God? Don't wish a woman, she is not yours. Women, one woman. What, so this religion is based in, sexuality, and make you a subject of slavery, a slave of Allah. And we do not want to be slave of anyone. With Jesus you are. The Bible says what? There's no Greek, there's no Hebrew, there's no free, there's no slave in Jesus. In Islam you are a slave of Allah. And in fact you are a slave of Muhammad.
Yep.
Because you have to obey Muhammad before even you obey Allah. If the command of Allah disagree with the command of Muhammad, the Muslim reject the command of Allah and accept the command of Muhammad.
Yes.
Yep.
So none of them is going to come here?
Yeah, Zayn is really denying it.
Yeah, I think this would happen. Somebody from the chat here in our podcast on YouTube told them, that if you go there, Christian Prince will be waiting for you. And then
so they know about you.
Every single Muslim in the world know about me, even Allah. The last one who not know about, the only one who not know about me is Allah and Muhammad. Because they are not exist. Muhammad is dead and Allah is not exist.
Yes.
So we cannot expect yeah.
Yep.
It's actually amazing.
Yeah, so if you have any more doubts, you can message me. I can put you on a call with him. You always read your Bible, always.
I've been reading my Bible every day, trying to learn the word more and increase my faith.
Okay, let me do this. As long as nobody is coming, I will give you this link.
Okay.
Anybody have the link for Adam, the one in Al-Ilm TV, the Islamic TV, about Adam, the offspring of Adam? They are the black, they will go to hell, and the white, they will go to heaven. If anyone have the original link, so we can give it to him. And this is authentic hadith. They cannot even deny it. They cannot say it's not true. But I will give you this one for now.
Okay.
It says here.
Yeah, someone in the comments said, ask Holy Spirit for guidance while reading your Bible. You should do that also.
You can open the link from your side. It says Allah Messenger reported saying, let me put it in the screen for everybody. Give me a second. And now I'm sure you would love to convert to Islam. And now what the Muslim, they will say as usual, anything is an embarrassment. They will say, we don't accept it. But then if it's not accepted for them, why it is there for the last 14 centuries and nobody took it off? You know what I mean? Yeah. If it's something, if something shameful, no way it is true, then they should not have it there anyway. So
yeah. They'll try and sugarcoat everything. Like if you mention Muhammad having 12 wives, they'll say Muhammad had 12 wives because he rescued people and he had to save them. And I'm like, and that's what they would say. They would say something like that.
Yeah. So we are. I'm showing you right now the hadith. You know.
Yes.
It says, reported Allah Messenger saying, God created Adam when he created him, and he struck his right shoulder and brought forth his offspring like white small ants. So here we go. I am a white person, by the way, and look like my grandfather was an ant. So, you know. Okay. And he struck his left shoulder and brought forth his offspring black, as though they were charcoal. Then he said to the party in the right side, which means the white ones, you put to paradise, and I do not care. And he said to the party in the left shoulder, you go to hell, and I don't care. And here it says down, Isnad Hassan, which means it is good. Hassan mean good. Hassan is the name of the grandson of Muhammad, which means good. Isnad mean everything about this hadith is good.
Yes, as he said to the
in Arabic here, actually, in Arabic it says Sahih. In the right side of the page it says Hukum Sahih, authentic.
Oh, Zayn answered. He said he's down. Zayn said he's able to talk to you.
He will join. Okay, let him come.
Did you say who he was?
No, he said, does he use Instagram or Discord? Preferred?
No, tell him only in Skype. Only in Skype. You know, just join us in Skype.
Okay, just
give him your Skype. Give him your Skype. Tell him to ask you. Tell him to give you his Skype, and you add him, and he will join the call.
And when you he gets added, I can mute if you want, if you need to talk to him. So
no problem.
Yeah.
You will be mute anyway because you will be laughing.
He only has Skype if you have Skype.
What did you say?
I said that he only has Skype. Like you only have Skype.
If he doesn't have Skype, say make an account. He probably does though. Definitely does.
Making a Skype account take 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, supposedly I have a neighbor. He will show up, but now for getting them busted, I will text him and tell him something. Because we need some comedy.
He said, can you ask if he can open a new Instagram account? It's very easy.
I don't use Instagram for security reason, not for any reason. Everything is easy. The best to use is Skype.
I don't know. But
so what should I tell him to convince him?
Just tell him make a Skype. I will join. It takes come on. I want you to tell him I want to convert to Islam badly, man. Just to come here and answer this guy.
Okay, I'll convince. Actually, I know what to say then.
Yeah, tell him this guy. He's trying to convince me to convert to Islam, and I want to convert badly. I want to get the virgins. I love children's, in bed. I want to have a banana. The God, have you ever heard of a God that he promised us banana in heaven?
No, that's Never heard that before.
Yeah, you would have. Don't you like banana? Let's be honest. We like banana. So Allah, you know, He knew what we like, so He promised banana. But there's no ice cream, which is not, which is like, you know, like what?
That's crazy.
Yeah. Is he downloading Skype? Okay, you know what you can do. Do you have only one gadget with you? Or are you using computer with the phone to calling me now?
I'm using the computer.
Okay, if he can call him by the phone, you can put him in the speaker, and he will be with us.
Okay, actually, oh yeah, that's true.
You know, stay in Skype. Stay in Skype. So now you have no excuse. Stay in Skype. Leave Skype open. You know, and I will hear you from Skype, but I will hear him from whatever program you are calling. You know, just put the speaker loud and put him close to the microphone.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea.
Tell him I will call you in the phone, you know, Instagram, whatever.
Christian Prince.
Hmm.
Do you know Sam Shamoon?
Yeah, I know him.
With him?
Is that the guy, the bald?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, he grow hair now.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
You're chill. You're friendly with him or no?
I am a friend with everybody. He is my brother. Yeah, he's a good man.
All right. All right.
He said today or tomorrow. I said I am on call with him right now.
Tell him just 15 minutes. Come on.
10, 15 to 15 minutes, please. Ask, what is your Instagram?
How you talk to him usually? If he talk to you in TikTok, talk to him in TikTok. No problem. No, whatever program. No. You are texting him in which program? You are texting him using what?
Right now, I'm just texting him through TikTok right now.
Okay, call him in TikTok. Can't you do private call in TikTok? No?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he said, can you give me an hour? I'm just on my way to the gym now.
Okay, my friend, let us do this. I will reschedule. I will go offline now, you know, and I will come back just for you. All right?
Okay. Yes.
And you bring me all those guys in 1 hour. Whoever want to join, bring the whole soccer team. All right? And the best, the bigger the beard, the better the lunch. All right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I will make William. He can share with you the link. Again, don't tell them anything about Christian Prince. I'm telling you, if you tell them, they will not show up. Yeah.
Yeah, I won't tell them.
Tell them a Christian guy. He is convincing me Islam is false. So please join us in conversation. You know, that's all. All right.
Okay.
Yeah. I will recreate right now a new broadcast, and I will come back after 1 hour, even though I'm speaking now for many hours. Today, right now, it's 7:29 or 7:30 p.m. So I will create a new. And do you know the name of the guy?
Yes, it's Zane.
All right. So I will call it just to so you will know. Imam Zain versus a Christian Prince. I'm going to go to the pharmacy to get some bandage because I'm going to injured badly, you know, because each time Muslim they debate me, they torture me, you know. I don't know what to do, you know. I'm spending all my income in buying, you know, glue. I put myself together, glue myself, you know. I don't know what to do. But anyway, you know, because nobody can win with Muslims, by the way, you know.
Yeah, I know, it's impossible.
Yeah. Is he? Do you have a beard? He is a sheikh.
I don't even know. Well, actually, no. He has a mustache connected, but it's not long. It's not long. What it shows for.
Okay. Well, if he call me today, he will start having gray hair. All right. So I will hang up with you, and I will give you 1 hour. Now it's 7:31. I will be.
I'm gonna call you after this.
I will be live again. I will be live again at 8:30, which means an hour exactly from now. All right.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, guys. All right. Let me create. I have a neighbor. He keeps saying he want to visit me like from a year ago, and today he stopped by. He said, "Are you busy today?" So I have to tell him sorry. You know. All right. We just make a thumbnail, and we will schedule it after 1 hour from now. I'm without lunch since yesterday, all right? But it's okay. I'm glad that this person called me. You see, they were going to follow him and convert to Islam. So the Lord, you know, he blessed us with saving many from the lies of the Mohammedan. And now he will be armed with many things to expose them. They tried to take him down, you know. You see what can happen to your children if you don't teach them? They will become an easy target to the devil. Very easy. All right. So I will be here after 1 hour. So guys, I just reschedule. I just reschedule another broadcast. You can go to my first page and you can see it there. Maybe the admin can post the link for it. It says live debate Imam Zain versus the Christian Prince. Let me give you the link so you can join us, because I'm going to hang up on here and we will be there. This is the link. All right. All of you, please join us there. We will be back in an hour. And we will have those Muslims join us. It's going to be a nice barbecue. And you can bet who is going to win. For sure, the Muslims. I'm posting the link already. The link is there. It's right in front of you. Just click on it and you will be in the other page. And now I'm going to say thank you guys for being here. We'll be back again, as we said, after 1 hour. And those who download this video, don't forget, please, to cut it pieces and make it so short, like the cheese of it, to get Ali Dawah busted as usual, like how he contradict himself. All right? See you after 1 hour. Take care.